Oh my god. Hello, can you hear me? I just realized that I muted myself on accident. I was just talking up OBS. Everything looks set, ready to go. Sorry about that. I was blabbering about all the painting and stuff I've been doing this week. That's why it's been pretty slow for any kind of uploads. So I might do a little bit of an army showcase for all my Imperial Guard stuff at some point. Because I did, I spray painted all my vehicles the Xandri dust color I want them to primarily be. I'm gonna doing like a Mars inspired like Cadian style regiment, like they're specifically posted to help out the Mechanicum. And I've got some cool Mechanicus stuff I'm gonna add in. I've got like a Tech Priest Dominus that's like kind of leading the whole formation. Very cool looking model in particular that I'm really excited to do. I'm doing all the admech stuff last though. Right now I'm just doing all the guardsmen. I did a bazillion pairs of boots most recently. That was very sweaty. Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about it. I pressed OBS buttons and muted myself. So, formats, 4 rounds of Swiss, and only the top 2 players will go to a final round. I like that. That's gonna be really fun. Okay. Hell yeah. Let me just throw my own voice in here. That sounds like a really good idea, JP. I really like that idea, honestly. Alright. For those of y'all who are here, we're going to be waiting for a sec while the AP tournament kicks off. We get things rolling on the other end of this Sunday showdown for Dom. Advanced player tourney going on the other side. And we've got some new player action going on here. And we're going to be just chilling and talking about the game. Really excited to see what everybody is showing off today, usually ends up being pretty wild and out of pocket for the new player games. I love seeing all the stuff that people bring. We got a good show out. Yeah, we got how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4. Got like 11, 12 people. Hell yeah. We're just answering some questions for Smelly Monkey, who must be very new to Dom, because they're asking if there's any like special rules for Dom, like fruit rules for land battles, and there's really not that many, quite honestly. It's just... So today it's going to be limits on steam gyrocopters, 2 of those, 1 arrow of Kurnus allowed for wood elves, and then Thunderbarge, landship, and steam tanks are all banned. Which I'm okay with. Really the only thing that I don't think steam tanks and landships are that crazy. I understand banning them for a new player tourney because they can be very difficult to deal with and require pretty specialized units, but on the whole, the only one of those units of the landship, steam tank, and Thunderbards that I think needs to be banned is just the Empire Master Engineer in the steam tank, because that's just too much. I mean, that unit is so powerful. Like, the regular steam tank variants are fine, in my opinion. They're very well priced and don't bring you know, every possible tool that you need to the to any of the matchups that you're playing. And the Empire Master Engineer can do that easily if he's on the tank mount. Welcome, welcome. Give me just one sec, guys. I gotta go plug my phone in. It's getting a little low. I would like to be able to read chat as we go along. I'm not based enough to have dual screens set up yet. Alright. We're just getting the last few details squared away. And we'll be good to roll. We've got duplicate stuff going on. It's okay. Wow, okay. Round 1 and 2 for Desperado and for Brosi is against one another, so... Are they going to play the 2 games? Because if they play the 2 and both end up in the finals, that would be hilarious. It'd be kind of hard to do if they each traded a game, I guess, but you never know. The nice thing about Swiss tournaments is that with the way that the point systems work, you can lose a game, you can drop a game and still make it in. You know, it's not like a single elim or double elim tournament where you have to, like, go on a run. You know, you can, like, win a couple games, lose one, win your last, and manage your way into the top 4, usually. Then from that point is where you need to, like, actually really lock in, because you can't afford to drop any games from there. Okay. We're waiting for the juice from someone. That way we can get some games rolling here. And we'll be getting once the first round of games is over, we'll have some replays that people will drop for us, and we'll be able to just kind of keep rolling with games instead of having to wait for live matches. That's generally the way I like to do these streams, just because I personally don't love sitting here either and not having anything to talk about in game. You know, I like to keep the pace up. That's the one complaint I have about Total War on the whole, is that there's just a lot of downtime in between rounds and stuff. But maybe we can figure something else out to do, potentially. Like I said, once the first round's through, we'll have some stuff that people will hit us up with. Okay. Boop. Alright. So we're going to be watching Stelios and Christopher's for the first match of the day. We'll do Fabrosi for the second round whenever they get to their live matches. let's go. These are both really good players. I have played both of them at some point. So, I really like Nape's Chaos Dowie play. Chaos Dwarves in general are really fun to watch because they're just so different from all the other factions, really. They don't really have a, I mean, they've got a bit of a set meta, but they have very skewed unit matchups. What I mean by that is that, on the whole, if you get into, say you're doing Wood Elves versus Chaos Dowie, the Chaos Dowie units that you bring for the Wood Elf matchup are going to be vastly different from what you would bring against High Elves or something like Orcs. You know, their units tend to skew pretty intensely in one direction, either in favor of the Chaos Dowies trading well or ending up being a complete waste of space. So it takes a little bit of time to get used to them for sure, just because of that. But they've got a lot of really cool units. I think they just need like maybe one more like DLC to flesh out some of the holes in their roster, because there's definitely a few things that they could see get buffed, and then also just have a little bit more utility in the in their selection as a whole. Like probably the biggest thing that needs to get buffed is the Kadai Destroyer, because it's pretty bad. It does not clear infantry at all, and it's not really even all that great in like a one-on-one fight against other SEs. I don't know why. I mean, you look at it on paper, and it's got obscene weapon strength. It's got everything you could possibly really want in a big unit, but it just does not feel like it connects well. I think that it's got some problems with its animations mostly, and then it really needs the impact damage on charges that the Kemrian War Sphinx got, because Kemrian War Sphinx is amazing now. Not broken, but amazing. And that's where the Kadai where the Kadai Destroyer should be at. Such a cool unit. It should be a huge staple in some of these Chaos Dowie matchups, but just isn't. Isn't ever brought, isn't ever seen, isn't really all that good. Alright. They're about to kick off here in a minute, so I need to keep an eye on that. And yeah, Fabrosi is letting me know that we will be doing... We'll be doing their match second. I'm just gonna do whoever is answering and responding to me first. Alright, sweet. I'm gonna be mean. I'm gonna deny y'all for a minute. I want to know what the armies are gonna be, and then I'll jump back over for you. Ooh, all right. Oh, the dreaded 62 gold deficit. No. Okay, there we go. It's a fun Chaos Dowie army. We've got Stelios on the Dark Elves. Man, Dark Elves don't get a lot of love, unfortunately. They're definitely one of the weaker factions, but they've got some really good matchups for sure. It just can take a bit of a adjustment to get used to them, because they're more... they're like more fighty High Elves, but they don't have a lot of healing, and their units are very low HP, just like the High Elves are. So it can be kind of tough to adjust to what you need to be doing in order to make their units work. Like if you compare like a unit of Plague Bearers to a unit of Black Ark Corsairs, like Plague Bearers have like 10,800 HP or something, and they have 100 models. And a Black Ark Corsair has 6,900 AP, or not AP, health in comparison, and they also have 100 models, so that's quite a deficit to have to rely on stats for. You know, some of these Dark Elf units don't have as good of stats as they used to. They used to be very skewed in Dark Elves' favor, but that's changed a lot over time. You know, there's been a little bit of, like, creep in that regard, so I think that maybe a lot of Dark Elf units could get a little bit of a buff across the board with their melee stats, just to emphasize how elite they are. They're not as elite as High Elves are, but they also don't have that, you know, martial mastery ability that the High Elves do. Okay. That's different. Alright. I'll swap y'all's vision back over. There's still a little bit of efforts to get the build right for the Chaos Dowie player here. Appreciating my coffee. I already spilled a shit ton in the kitchen earlier today. I was making it and then I just forgot to put a cup under the fucking machine, and I just spilled it all over the counter. So I spent a good 15 minutes cleaning that mess up earlier. So the coffee I do have now, I'm enjoying it to make up for the what I already screwed up. Knipes is really struggling with what to do with the last little bit of gold in their pool. Been there. Definitely been there. Any movement in the top faction? Slanesh has just been creeping up the faction win statistics this whole season. They've gone, they were like middle of the pack at one point, I remember, like sub 50 win rate. Now they're up over, almost at 60%. Really, impressive work from all of the people who play Slanesh, man. Slanesh is a hard faction to master, but if you're playing someone who's very experienced with them, it gets really, sketchy real quick. Okay, we're finally kicking it off here. We've got Drasho with the Ashen here. He's going to be on foot. He's got Burning Wrath. Not super surprising. And I think that was the Ash Storm as well. I'm so curious to see how that ends up getting used. We've got a Bull Centaur Taurak. We've got a couple Goblin Laborers. 3 of the Chaos Dowie Warriors. 2 Blunderbusses. 2 Wolf Rider with the bows. And we've got a Iron Demon in the opening. Which is a pretty good call, because the Dark Elves, as much as they can struggle in an infantry fight at times, they certainly do bring a decently sized infantry corps oftentimes. You know, they can skew pretty heavily into elite infantry also. So I do like the Iron Demon edition. It's going to pay off decently well here, depending on how things play out, because the entire Dark Elf army, outside of the Lord and their casters on foot, just pure infantry to open it up. Lots of Dark Shards I saw, quite a few Dread Spears, and some Bleak Swords. And I think I also saw a unit of Shades. I'm not sure which variant. I think it was the Great Swords, actually. So I'm curious to see what ends up happening with those guys. They can be a little bit difficult to keep alive, because they're incredibly low armor in health pool. But they also hit harder than just about every other unit on the already juicy Dark Elf roster. I mean, you can see they get an extra like 10 AP on their missiles. They fire pretty quickly too. I mean, 10 seconds is a lot faster than most of the other crossbow units in this game. They fire as quickly as the Wolf Raiders do, actually. Do they have better range? They're close. Yeah, they've got the same range, actually, so they'll be able to box with the skirmish pretty well early. And they definitely outrange the blunderbusses. So the only saving grace that these guys have is their silver shields. They can waddle up into range of the shades and just obliterate them with a good volley. So it's going to be a battle of the shooting lines here. I think Dark Shards definitely have a bit of an advantage here, because they have they have better range. They've got a little bit of a stronger situation with their own silver shields. You know, the blunderbusses have great weapon strength, very powerful, can definitely put a lot of damage down, but they do have to get in. They've got a decently long reload time. The Dark Shards have a pretty similar one as well, but they can definitely just pull back, throw some spears or something else cheap in front of the blunderbusses and just continually work them down. As well as numbers, there's just more Dark Shards to go up against the Dowie blunderbusses here. You know, 80 models versus 120. Or, oh, sorry, it's 90. My bad. So, 10 extra models on the Dark Shards, but that can make a little bit of a difference for sure. And Lokir Fellheart on the Dragon. We're going to have to see how this guy does. This is definitely a bit risky against Chaos Dwarves. Big flying lords can definitely get massacred in the right circumstances. So we'll see if he can play safely with that guy. And we've got Knights going to be moving out of the forest and advancing up. Yeah, it is Ash Storm. There's Dark Renown here, as well as the Demon Spike Crucible. It's going to give some Spell Mastery, which is going to make Burning Wrath even more incredible. Already a very nice cheap spell. A little bit of early damage against Lokir there. Really nice cheap spell. Overcast can do some nasty damage. I imagine with the Spell Mastery from the Demon Spike Crucible, it can get really, really insane damage with those vortexes that it shoots out. I love his little Olympic torchbearer deal going on there. Dowie warriors moving up, taking advantage of their silly hats to, you know, keep their opponent a little bit distracted and off balance. And Goblin Laborers on the number 1. Not a very big force to hold this entire objective down, so maybe a little bit of a Dark Rider push up onto the number 1 here could do a little bit of work. I would probably, I don't know what you would send over here. I think maybe just one more Chaos Dwarf Warrior coming up out of the deploy zone, just to give the extra leadership to these guys from Malign Authority. That'd be pretty nice. Lokir's taking quite a bit of damage from these skirmishers in the early going. Pretty decent value on those guys right now. Oh, and we got a bolt thrower on the field. Nice early summon out. Going to be putting down a little bit of pressure on the Chaos Dowie here. Killing a few of the warriors. Going to be, or haven't killed any models yet, but doing a little bit of HP damage at the least. Going to start picking models off here in a moment. That spray fire is very efficient against mid-tier infantry like this. Drashoeth getting up in the front lines here. It looks like he did fire off a Burning Wrath here. Where did it land? Don't know where exactly it went, but maybe he didn't. Maybe it just took a little bit of Dark Shard fire on the way in. And is looking to kill some Dread Spears here. Definitely going to be able to grind through those guys pretty safely. We do have Lokir, and it is going after the Iron Demon back here, diving really deep with this train. I was wondering where it was rolling around at, but trying to get on top of the Shades here, but it's really overextended now. If the Dark Shards and the Shades all turn their attention onto this Iron Demon, they can definitely just blitz right through it, but it's going so hard through the front lines here. Could probably pull it through. Yeah, go looping right back around through the Dread Spears. That'd be a really good play, because if you can peel through the front line here, the Dowie Warriors, if they push through into the second wave of the Dark Elf formation, they're not going to be able to set up their missile units quite as cleanly. So far, the Dark Elves definitely could be taking advantage of this right here. Just moving up the Dark Shards and the Dread Spears onto the number 1. They do finally move out. They're definitely going to be able to push those Goblin Laborers off. And if the really slow Chaos Dowie are forced to continually reroute over here, that's going to start getting a little hazardous for them. Bit of a mistake back here, leaving the Bull Centaur Great Weapons idle in the forest there. Knights definitely needs to get those guys in here, because the Cold One Knights would be dealt with pretty quickly by them. These guys probably do need to pull back in their own right. Definitely want to get the Skirmish Cav out of there. Now we're mopping up some of the Dark Elf units, and the Kadai Fireborn helping push into the back line. And Stelios had a bit of a lead there for a minute, but nothing too overwhelming, and the Dark Elf firepower is really getting caught up pretty badly right now. Got Dark Shards here being ripped to pieces. We've got one Dark Shard running for the hills. Shades, these are the Greatsword variant. They've got 1,000 value, just shooting at the Iron Demon, I would imagine, which is rolling around here with 200 health left in the bank, man. Definitely making its impact felt in the early going here. Probably going to be going down very soon, but lots of routing units here. Oh, man. Looks like the Harganeth Executioners, a few of these guys, turned their attention finally to the very battered engine and just ripped its wheels right off. So it's going to be going down there. It was doing pretty nicely, giving a little bit of a leadership debuff with its shooting and its presence, and giving the Chaos Dowie a bit of a path in here. Definitely following up really nicely onto those Shades with the Kadai Fireborn. They're very low health, but they've gotten about 1,100 value. So just a few more kills, and they'll definitely get their value back, man. Great unit there. Love Kadai Fireborn, and great use being made out of them. A great volley going in there onto the Crows of Cain. Absolutely icing those guys. And the blunderbuss fire looks like it's been doing a little bit of work here. You know, about 700 value on these guys, on their way to paying for themselves pretty quickly there. And we got the Blazing Beers of Bisharik running in here. Oh, but a bit of a mistake from Stelios. The Dread Spears do rout the Goblin Laborers, but massively overextend into the back line. Don't end up capturing the number 1, and the Blazing Beards are just moving up for free right onto these Dark Shards here. Decent value on those guys. Could definitely stand to do a little bit more here, and 1,000 on these blunderbusses. Definitely paying off nicely there. Getting good flanking fire into the Dark Elf infantry as they were advancing. Getting a little bit of supporting fire in there, and the Dark Elves are pushed back into the woods right by their deployment zones, but it does look like they're going to be able to rally here in a moment. Probably about time to pull Drazhoath back, dropping these Ash Storms, man, just to slow up the speed and give some weakness to fire. Not following up with much, honestly, on that, but I guess just providing a little bit of disruption. It lasts a long time. How long is the duration on this? Yeah, I mean, 32 seconds is pretty insane. Lots of slows, you know, have a little bit of a shorter duration. They also don't view the fire weakness. I think that the Burning Wrath has been used a couple of times, I think. Definitely need to be using that on these Dark Shards. This fresh Dark Shard would be a perfect target for a Burning Wrath right now. It just does nasty work to units like this. You know, low armor, very vulnerable to stuff like that. Oh, and the Dark Elves are actually making a bit of a play onto this contested objective right now. The Bull Centaur Renders, man. They kind of got overwhelmed here. Cold One Knights, Dread Spears, Harganeth Executioners, Crows of Cain as well, who did rally, and they're getting a little bit of healing in melee with that Crow Feast. It's a very powerful heal. Passive heals that are 0.2 per second can definitely rack up the healing really quick. You can healing cap pretty efficiently with units like that. The Strength of Flesh that the Gorgons had used to be that strong, and they were borderline impossible to kill in certain matchups for certain factions. Blunderbusses help killing the Crows of Cain now. They got a really nice volley in there. They definitely need to help get in there and support the Hobgoblin Wolf Riders, but it does actually look like they're overwhelming the Cold One Knights pretty effectively, so not needing to do a whole lot there. The Torok did pay for himself. Oh, and Drazhoath gets caught out here. All of the Dark Shards just peppering him down with missiles here. And the Ashen one is going to be falling here. It's going to be a huge leadership penalty for the Chowie here. Definitely needed to pull him back a lot sooner, but maybe he somehow squeaks out of here. Oh, we got another Iron Demon out on the field. Iron Demon routing enough of the Dark Shards, but not in time. Thought maybe they were going to be able to keep him alive with like 70 HP somehow, and then he would really slowly rout off, and then you don't lose any of the leadership until he's actually off the field. Would have been really nice for the Chowie there. Dark Elves scrapping back really nicely into this game. Both sides are incredibly thin on the battlefield. Lords are all gone. Lokir definitely getting taken down by a lot of the missile fire and some of the other units on the field for the Chaos Dowey, and these blunderbusses doing disgusting work against the Cold One Knights on the way in. But the final laugh will be had by these Dino Cav. They do rout one of the blunderbusses. Oh, but there's some Fire Glaives out on the field. Good call bringing them out here in the late game. They've got really nice long-range fire and AP. Definitely putting down a bit of a hurt on the Cold One Knights, who are rallying to help out their Witch Elves against this Iron Demon, which is trying to just completely flatten them here. Here the Thomas the Tank Engine, Engines of Doom. Nice little whistle there. Look at these guys. They're just chilling. They're trying to get out of here. Definitely don't want to stay in too long of a fight against these units. Doesn't have the best melee defense in the world, so pulling it back is a good call. Does have Hellbound for the perfect vigor, which is also pretty nice. And the Bull Centaur Renders in the late game here. Only 7 models left on these guys. They haven't done a whole lot yet. They can definitely stand to do a little bit of damage against the Cold One Knights. Looks like they Didn't get too much done there before they go down. Very unfortunate stuff, but Blazing Beards of Basharik here with some nice value so far. Looks like they've gotten some good damage on some infantry with the blasting charges, just based on what I'm seeing here. And they're following up with helping the Chaos Dowey draw a little bit of a response onto the home objective of the Dark Elves here, leaving the number 3 to be secured by these Kadai Fireborn and the Infernal Guard, who are getting pretty far forward and going to help to hold off any pressure onto this objective for quite a while. Dark Elves really feeling the pain right now of not having a lot of durable infantry. You know, bringing out these Dread Spears and the like is really nice, and they can certainly perform admirably. But the issue, like I said, is they have pretty low health pools, as well as not having overwhelmingly oppressive stats. I mean, you can see that Blazing Beards of Basharik here just have like 48 melee attack, 54 melee defense. I know they're an ROR, but that is pretty crazy, all things considered, for this type of unit. Having that frenzy is really nice as well. They do get immune to psychology because of it, as long as their leadership is above half. Definitely going to be able to do some really good work here for the Chaos Dowey. We've got a lot of good targets to go and fight. They can definitely beat the Black Ark Corsairs. They'd probably beat the Dread Spears and the Witch Elves in tandem. But pulling back away from the Dark Shards is the right call. Knipes making some great plays here. Losing a bit of value there in the mid-game as the Dark Elves kind of secured their wood line here. But now the Dark Elves have to go all out here right now if they're going to take this game.
There is only defeat.
But looks like Stelios is going to call it. Not too confident, I guess, in the ability to get the triple cap. Which is unfortunate. So, game 1 going to Knipes, man. Really well played. You love to see the Chaos Dowey come in here and perform admirably. Look at the value on this opening army. Not too much on Drazhoath, but that's not really what he needs to do. He's mostly just a cheap lord with the opportunity cost to, you know, trade upwards with the Burning Wraths going on Skirmish Cav and other units like that. The Ash Storms provided some good utility. And the Torok did a good job. I would guess that the Torok helped deal with Lokir, as well as the Blunderbusses, obviously. They got some pretty good value there. The Hobgoblin Wolf Raider bows did a great job of dealing with Lokir as well. Definitely need to keep this guy a little bit safer. And the Sorcerers of Shadows definitely could have been dropping some Pit of Shades on these Blunderbusses. The Dark Elves definitely had the tools here to win this game, but not quite having the appropriate targeting at times, for sure. Shades, 1800 value on those guys. Definitely can't complain about that. That's the best performing Shades unit I've seen in a hot minute. Alright, guys. I'm going to go check for some replays. We might have a few in here. Yep. Alright. And we'll watch a couple of these. I'm going to let Fabrosi know to hit me up when they're ready for the second round. And we'll live cast that game. And then we'll do some replays in between that and our third. Alright. Give me a minute while I move some, I gotta move some videotapes around. Okay, downloads. There we go. Creative Assembly, Warhammer 3. We'll drop both of these right in there. We're going to try and get through all of the replays that people send me today. Oh, we're ready, same lobby. Okay, damn. So we're jumping right into our second game. They're about to kick it off here, actually. That first round did take a little bit of time to jump off on, so totally understand. probably going to be a pretty quick initial stream, so maybe I'll see if anybody wants to do some live games against me. Let me flop away so that I don't give away all the builds. We'll just play the stream bet here. I'm not 100% sure what we'll be doing once we're done with the tournament. I'll probably hang around a little bit afterwards, and we can do some live games or something like that. I think a couple of those will do me some good. It's gonna be interesting to watch Fabrosi play, because Fabrosi and I are gonna be playing in the RTK clan war, which is gonna be really fun. We're doing well, I guess it's actually more of a civil war. Clan war is two clans going against one another. It's Team Chicken Feed versus Team Dustman. I'm on Dustman, Fabrosi's on the other side, and it's gonna be Korn versus Vampire Coast. We'll be playing on Kassar's Cursed Oasis. So I've been watching a little bit of been watching back some old replays of me playing against Vampire Coast, some other people playing as them, just to get a feel for the faction as a whole. Doing a little bit of homework. I feel pretty confident in it. Oh, let me make sure I'm swapping away. I want to look at the builds a little bit, and I don't want to give up the game for everybody. Bretonia versus Vampire Coast is going to be interesting to watch, because you don't see a lot of Bretonian players right now. They're pretty rare. This might be the first time I've seen them played in... Damn, like 3 or 4 streams, so maybe like a month since I last saw somebody playing Bretonia. Although they certainly are a really good faction. Definitely have some teeth in a lot of matchups, but Vampire Coast is going to be pretty tough for them. Low leadership factions tend to struggle against the undead because of the passive leadership debuffs from Fear. Fear can really do some pretty horrendous work against your leadership, because I mean, it's -8, and for Bretonian peasants and mobs, you know, they really don't stay in combat very long to begin with. So losing what's functionally like maybe a fourth of their leadership for like peasant mobs can put them in a hole real fast, and then you've just got a bunch of routing chaff on the field, and don't really have anywhere that you can functionally anchor in order to do damage against the undead, because that is one thing that's a little underrated when fighting against undead factions, is they can strong point insanely hard. They love walking up onto objectives and just forcing you to play their game against them. And the best way to counter that is to make your own box against them oftentimes. Even in Dom mode, just make like a nice box off of the objective and just bring more firepower and force them out of position, and that's where the undead tend to struggle, is when they have to use that really low speed to push you. If you can make the undead play your game, you are more than likely going to win. If you're playing their game, they're also going to win. It's not the most revolutionary thing to say. You know, you almost always want to have initiative in your battles, but against the undead, it becomes more important than ever, because they've got healing. It's really powerful heals too. Vampire Coast is pretty good cap weight, and you can really let yourself get behind if you aren't being aggressive against them, but you don't want to play into them too hard. You really want to try and drag the undead out of their formations and make it uncomfortable for them. Alright, we've got one last second mix up, cutting some abilities and stuff, it looks like. And then we'll be running this game. I'm curious to see what ends up happening, because these builds are pretty aggressive. That's all I'm gonna say. They're not the most watch and see type builds. Alright, here we go, guys. Swapping y'all over. Let's see what these guys got. Lustrian Narrows, too. It's one of the new maps that Hitman Hippo put out. One of the community map makers. Definitely makes some of the best ones in the game, in my opinion. All of our map makers are so talented. I think I say this every stream. I wish that CA would just pay them like a flat rate to put all of their maps in-game as is. I think that would make everybody happy at the end of the day. CA doesn't have to do any extra work. They can focus on all the other projects that they've got going. You know, the map creators get a little money in their pocket and get some representation in the game. I mean, you can see how well they do in terms of like making a compelling like battlefield to fight on. You got some terrain features. It's really nicely mirrored as well. You've got the trees on each side where it kind of juts out from the rest of the forest. You know, right here. You can kind of stick a you can stick some ranged units up in there and get some really nice fire up onto the point. And you can play pretty safely out of here too, because your units are not going to take that much fire from enemy range that's trying to shoot into the trees. And if your opponent wants to like bring something up and around and get into you, you know, you can roadblock with just like a couple of halberds or something, and then you know, SEs can't get in there and do their work that they want to do, and you can really fight quite efficiently from those positions onto the points. And that's probably gonna... that might end up being the case for what the Vampire Coast ends up trying to do, but we'll have to see. I know that they don't have the most range out on the field to begin with. They've got Shade Wraith Gunners and some Zombie Handguns, which is a pretty nice little opener. There's some more Deck Gunners back there, but Rotting Leviathan is going to be the big anchor piece for the Vampire Coast here. Really fun unit. Can definitely do some great work against the Bretonnians. If there's one thing Bretonnia has always struggled in dealing with, it's usually big monsters, because they have to bring stuff like Lewin. They do have answers here. We've got Henri Lamassif here, really good duelist character, definitely going to be able to fight that big monster. But if he's doing that, Bretonnia is not threatening the Vampire Coast Lord. And you know, if you can get on top of the casters for Vampire Coast and deal with them, killing them in the early to mid game can pretty much guarantee you a victory oftentimes. So I do kind of like the inclusion of the Rotting Leviathan as the distraction, so to speak, because without this guy around, Henri has just got laser focus in on the caster here, who probably wouldn't be able to stay alive against him very long. So I'm curious to see how this ends up playing out. Mounted Yeomen coming out. They're moving up. They want to get in here and deal with these scurvy dogs. I think Brosi didn't realize they weren't quite on the point. They probably don't want to take this fight. You know, they're going to get run over a little bit if they do end up going in on those guys. Henri does not care. Landing right on top of the dogs, which I kind of like. Picking off a few models here. We'll see how much work he can get done. Taking to task this poor little hound. Ripping the undead beastie to pieces. So, we've got more Mounted Yeoman archers coming out, and they're going to be moving up onto the number 2 after taking the number 1 here. Vampire Coast, not worrying about this number 1 objective right now, but I think these scurvy dogs could actually move up and around the battlefield here and get right up onto this objective.
We have a victory
Put a little
point.
bit of pressure on that.
The
They don't have too many amazing targets here right now. They could probably move up and cap that objective, and then you can maybe work around this side of the battlefield to go after the field trebuchet, which is out here, looking to do some work against the deckhand mobs. Getting a little bit of damage in there early going, taking out about 12 models. Pretty nice stuff, honestly. Love to see those trebuchet type units perform well, and definitely going to need to be able to, because the firepower that's starting to be turned onto these Bretonnian peasants is getting pretty nasty. You know, Fabrosi's starting to rack up a little bit of a lead. Deck gunners of both varieties, the ROR and the regular one, getting some good overlapping shots in here. And the Shade Wraith Gunners with their Discourage effect are going to be really nasty for Bretonnia. Definitely need to be focusing on bringing something to bear against these guys, because they're going to absolutely trounce the Bretonian front line here. Peasants already are not going to be able to get through the deckhand mobs very well. They're going to struggle even harder here. Huge Wind of Death, missing the main core of the Bretonian units here. Unfortunate. It's a very expensive spell. It's like almost 30 Winds of Magic that went in there. Did some pretty good work against these these men-at-arms, but missing the foot squires and the other men-at-arms here, it's going to be pretty nasty. Oh, good Chalice of Potions on the handgunners here. The Fey Enchantress definitely not letting her peasants go unrevenged, so to speak. Trying to get in there and do some work for them, because they're getting hammered by the firepower right now. What is Bretonnia going to do? They're really starting to fall behind here. Definitely need to be bringing something out that can answer these missiles. You know, some Yeoman archers, you know, they do have a couple, but they are way back here, and they're firing in on the polearms here, who are pushing up onto the objective, actually. Threatening a little bit of cap weight, too. They're barely hanging on to this are the Bretonians. The Bretonians have terrible cap weight. Another Wind of Death going in. Not doing a tremendous amount of damage. Not the Overcast variant, but definitely help pushing back the peasants that were rallying here. Good fire. Good focus, too. Specifically hitting the units that were trying to rally and pushing them even farther back, giving more room for your really slow zombies to creep forward is absolutely amazing decision making. And just good micro in general. You want to be swapping targets with your ranged units, because your opponent, you know, is going to recognize this. You know, they play the game too. You can see the Fey Enchantress taking some shots, and she's just going to pull out of combat. And now, instead of having the Shade Wraith Gunners just wander forward blindly, you just take them, target something else on the battlefield, and make sure it gets ripped apart. Felix being the target right now. Completely slipped my attention that this guy's out here on the field. You know, Felix just on his own is really not all that great. He really wants to be in, like, a Lord blob. Especially like a foot-based one. You know, Bretonnia does have that as an option. You know, you can bring Raponce on foot with Felix, and then bring a really cheap, like Heaven's Caster or Life Caster or something. That's the best way to use Felix on the Bretonians. Or as is right now, he's just being dealt with by the shooting, and is routing off the field now. I do need to follow up and make sure he doesn't come back. And once that's handled, I think that the Vampire Coast is going to start finding some success on these objectives, because the triple cap has been going in this whole time. Bretonnian playing very hard into just absolutely pushing off the undead here, but losing all this value and being so far behind. I think that the objectives are really going to start flipping pretty quickly here. The number 3 is flipping to the undead. Bit of a mistake here. Definitely have plenty to go in and kill these zombies. Probably going to need to. The cap is finally in for one objective, the middle objective, and maybe the number 3 objective. Are the Bretonians going to get on this in time? It's definitely a play for points kind of scenario for Bretonnia. Really nice call-in of the defenders of Fleur-de-Lis getting in there and just absolutely smacking down those Scurvy Dogs, man. Scurvy Dogs are pretty expensive. They're what, $5.50 in cost? They're not free, that's for sure. So killing off a little bit of cap weight there, really good situation. Oh, and a fat comet coming in there from the Fae. I think it's just the Chalice of Potions, yeah. Chalice of Potions, all of the uses used up, but nailing the Depth Guard and some deckhand mobs here. And maybe freeing up a little space for the Bretonians, although I don't really have any cap weight here. Like, no infantry to follow that up with. Cavalry being handled pretty horrendously by the undead here. Shade Wraith Gunners continuing to get good shots in. hitting the trees a little bit too often here. Probably just need to scoot these guys up here now. And they can be pretty safe from there. Oh, Felix got back here and is on top of the deck gunners now. Completely locking those guys out from firing. Definitely want to scoot those guys up. Because there are some targets for them to shoot. They can definitely hit the Beast Slayers of Bastogne here. Really haven't gotten a lot of value. Bretonnian infantry proving their inefficiencies here. Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis rolling down the hill here, looking to get on top of the deck gunners, but they're running right into all these zombies, including the Black Spot. I like the inclusion of these guys. They've got enough value to have paid for themselves here. They've got some anti-large halberds as well. In a ranged package, it's kind of a fun little hybrid unit, honestly. You know, something that you normally would just roll over completely with some knights. Now turning their AP halberds onto these guys and doing some good work, and they just got absolutely rolled here. Wow, man, the Shade Wraith gunners with the quicker firing missiles, you know, that reload reduction time coming in clutch here, 9 seconds for each volley.
The enemy has captured one
really
of your
applying
victory
that
points.
damage over
Take it
time
back.
very efficiently on some very expensive cavalry, man. And just holding on to that value lead by just the skin of their teeth. Gotta get the triple cap, though. The number 3 objective is being reinforced slowly but surely. And I think it's time for this rotting Leviathan to find a home now. I do kind of like this going over to the number 1 here. These zombies are being killed by Pegasus Knights right now. Rotting Leviathan definitely going to help mitigate the cap weight from Fey Enchantress, and Peg Knights are anti-large, but they don't have great AP, so I don't know if they're going to be able to deal with the Leviathan very efficiently. So for Brosi making a really good call bringing those guys over there. Probably just need to forget about Felix now. Just go reinforce the middle with the cap weight that the zombies provide, and just hard focus everything else over here onto the number 3. Shade Wraith Gunners, get these guys over here and get them focused down, because they can break the leadership on the Bretonnian units that are out here. Grail Knights running over Sirens right now. A great call-in from Rank Killer right now, who's desperately hanging on to this opportunity for a win. Down, but not out for sure. Bretonnians taking advantage of superior mobility now and making it really difficult for the undead to just get in here for free and find a commanding position for a win. It's a lot of weight here. A lot of DPS that the undead are bringing out onto this number 1 objective. You've got a Rattling Leviathan, you've got 2 Morghuls, including the ROR, the Black Spot, all of which is going to help kill these Peg Knights and the Spearmen at Arms here. My goodness, talking is difficult when you're so amped up, and this game is so close. I mean, the undead, they've got about 200 seconds to work with, 3.5 minutes. It's a decent amount of time, but they really do need to start working on bringing something more substantial over to the number 3. And Henri, getting some good heals from the Fey Enchantress, has been alive and staying in this game, and is on top of the Fleet Admiral, who's going to suffer here. Oh, a Wind of Death coming in, but a good call. Just dodging right out of that is Rank Killer. Rank Killer needs to be summoning some stuff in. Just saw the bank here. 3,100, 3,200 now, and counting in terms of the Collins here. You can get like a Grail Knight and some stuff here that can just go right up onto the number 2 objective and just take this for free. Where's the reinforcement summon? Come on, Rank Killer, this is your opportunity. You're about to just give this game away without summoning anything in. It's a huge pitfall for newer players, is banking up tremendous amounts of reinforcement points like this. It is honestly not a bad call to bring in a ton of units at once in Dom mode and bank up a bunch of resources, but I think 3,000 might be a little too much. You can usually save up about 2,000 gold and then bring like 2 or 3 units in and have a nice little packet of units moving up together to support one another. But 3,000, and you've only got the one objective right now, might end up coming to bite rank in the butt, but hanging on to this by the skin of their teeth are the Bretonnians, and these companions of Quenelle are going to flatten these scurvy dogs for sure, and definitely going to help clear out the depth guard as well. You know, the depth guard with polearms have not been sighted on the field yet. Can't help but think that maybe bringing those instead of the Mournguls would have been a better call, because Mournguls are great at killing infantry, but the Bretonnian Peasant Tide isn't too difficult for deckhand mobs to deal with. So maybe just some animated hulks as mass would be a better call, because they're so much cheaper than Mournguls. And, you know, you don't care that much about animated hulks getting hit by a Bretonnian Cav, but Mourngul's pretty low armor as well, and losing them is a little bit more painful, considering their price point of $950, I think? $850, maybe? Animated hulks are only 500 gold. They provide just as good mass to stop up Bretonnian Cav, and then you can bring in the Depth Guard polearms, who have those nasty halberds, and just, they help clear out infantry just as well as regular Depth Guard do, as well as being able to kill cavalry that are trying to kill them. Definitely would be able to provide a little bit more of a stable position for the number 2 objective here for the undead. They wouldn't have to be allocating quite as much here. You know, the Rotting Leviathan's been doing good work, but maybe ending up being a bit of a pitfall, and it's going to be game here. Going in favor of Rank Killer. Fabrosi doing a really good job of trading in the early and mid game, but once it was time to move up onto the objectives, the superior mobility from Bretonnia ending up being the game clincher there. Huge stuff, man. Rank Killer playing an absolutely all-out blitz. And, yeah, you can see that it still works, even in this stage of the, life cycle of Dom as a game mode. Paying off really nicely with those Grail Knights, man. Just staying super aggressive with those, running over Sirens, Hounds, all kinds of stuff. Really amazing, work put in by those guys. Definitely the MVP for performance there. Henri did a pretty good job as well. Killing the Vampire Lord is pretty huge, and probably is what kind of put Fabrosi on notice for the end times there. Yeah, mortars and carronades. You know, I don't know if these are needed against Bretonnia, really. The deck gunners and the black spot, honestly, you don't need much more than that for a gun line against Bretonnia. If Bretonnia goes really hard into Peasant Bowmen and Mounted Yeomen, you've got Scurvy Dogs to answer all of that. You know, Mournguls as well, Sirens are a good addition. I feel like maybe a couple more Depth Guard with the halberds would have been a little bit better than this artillery line. I just don't love carronades and mortars. They tend to underperform, and Bretonnia definitely has tools to deal with that pretty effectively, just with the number of quick units that they can bring out on the field. Mounted Yeomen are excellent at going after artillery pieces. They're pretty much perfectly positioned to do that kind of stuff. And yeah, I think you could have been better spent. It's better spent gold on the AP halberds on those Depth Guard. All right, let's jump out here and let's just jump right into another match for you guys. We'll keep it rolling here. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna talk to the other person who hit me up and wanted me to cast one of their games live. Alright, so let's see what Rank Killer can do against Dak Ninja. Bretonnia versus... Oh my god. 2 undead matchups to begin the day. I would be I'd be pretty sad if I saw that. I like the undead. They're fun to play. I hate playing against them. Especially vampire counts. Vampire counts are so hard for my main faction to deal with. Khorne just struggles against the undead. There's really no other way to say it. Yeah, killing all the chaff is nice. You can charge up your army abilities for days. But, I tend to find that you just can't bring enough units in to take the points and trade favorably into the vampire counts as Khorne. Bretonnia might struggle in a similar vein. Although they do have a little bit better, access to tools that can, deal with the, corpse carts effectively. You know, Khorne does have skull cannons and, throwing axe cavalry that can deal with corpse carts, but it tends to take a little while to get through there, and all the while those corpse carts are just healing up and giving perfect vigor to all the undead units nearby, and it can be a huge slog to deal with. Very difficult. See what the mounted yeomen are going to be doing. Looks like they're shooting at the crypt ghouls. Wow, they did a lot of damage with that volley. Oh my god. Really good stuff from Rank Killer. Definitely do need to kite these guys back, though, because the Crypt Ghouls do have poison, and that poison is going to slow these guys down quite a bit. You don't want to give any room for, like, these guys to get poisoned and caught up, and then, like, a direwolf come out and just absolutely ice them. So, microing away with the Mounted Yeoman nicely. Definitely getting a little bit of more fire onto the Crypt Ghouls. And, Dak Ninja, if you're chasing Skirmish Cav, you're making a mistake. You really do need to pull back with these lightly armored guys at this stage. If they want to go and shoot at Crypt Horrors at least have regeneration and can, deal with that, bow fire a little bit better. Nice dive from Henri and, Albert here. Going after the Crypt Horrors here, and both of these guys with some heals will definitely be able to do nicely. That's another thing that Bretonnia has that Khorne doesn't, is healing. And healing against undead, if you can play their game against them, that can definitely be a huge equalizer. Really nice Trident, doing some good damage against all of the skeleton spears here. And the Crypt Horrors starting to suffer pretty badly, trying to fight all of the SEs here. And spears into the sunset with the Grail Relic, and Foot Squires coming in too. They're going to help these peasants clear out the chaff, and then the Crypt Horrors are going to really struggle. Crypt Horrors really do need all that chaff underfoot in order to perform. They are very bad in one-on-ones. Oh, and this is a good opportunity to kill this corpse cart with... you could probably use the Damsel here. Damsels do have okay melee attack, and they can certainly put some damage in on this corpse cart. I would actually send her into just get fisticuffs on that thing. Although they're, I don't know. I guess Vlad could just jump right out there and push her back, but... You know, a lot of stuff kind of locking him in place here, making it pretty difficult. Albert getting a really nice regrowth there. And Henri flying up top there, helping out too. The number 2 objective is getting a little scary for Bretonnia, though. There's a lot of stuff just sitting back here for the undead. Just pushing with all of this onto the number 2 would be a pretty good idea. You could probably leave the Tithe and one other zombie, and the rest just goes all out. Just to help these Graveguard with great weapons who are getting shot up by trebuchets, actually. But the Crypt Ghouls looking like they're trying to get back there, but great micro, dropping the artillery pieces and following in with some Knights of the Realm, who absolutely annihilate this entire flank of the Crypt Ghouls. Definitely going to be able to clear these guys out pretty quickly. And once that's done, the trebuchets can get back on that artillery piece and help these Foot Squires out who are struggling pretty badly. They have paid for themselves just about, which is really nice. And with the battle is so even, though. It's so scary to know who's in the advantage here, because both sides do have good access to heals here. Albert getting another regrowth. It's probably like 700-800 gold's worth of healing. So definitely neutralizing a decent amount of that deficit that's accounting for the Bretonnians right now. Mounted Yeomen, they've paid for themselves pretty nicely. I would keep these guys out on the field because they can go in and they can just kind of cycle charge the zombies and do some good work there. Knights Errant do get completely soloed by some Blood Knights coming out. Oh, you love to see these guys on the field, man. They're a great unit. Really good counter to Bretonnia, obviously. They struggle against Rail Knights, but against Knights of the Realm, Mounted Yeomen, all the other Bretonnian units, they're going to do really nicely. They're definitely going to be able to trade very efficiently. One unit of Cryptar is about to go down. Van Hell's Dance Macabre, trying to help these guys with their attack power and weight behind their cudgels that they've got here. Don't know what I'm trying to say exactly, but we're working on it. Cool, like unholy magic, lighting up the battlefield here from the weird lamps on the quartz cart too. Love to see it. Cool aesthetics, man. Great stuff, but this position's definitely going to get ground out. The vampires also don't hold this objective, which is kind of saving Bretonnia neck and neck on victory tickets right now. Bretonnia slowly pushing up onto the number 2 to try and recap, and Undead really need to make some tough decisions here. You know, you've got all of the Graveguard pushing off of the objective here, and taking advantage of Rank Killer's Lapse and Micro to try and get on top of the Knights of the Realm, but maybe a bit of a bait, because the second they get over there, they just run away. So, really good stuff from Rank Killer, who's slowly taking the number 2 now. And then once that's done, just kind of route from here back out and put a little bit of pressure on the number 1. Not a lot of cap weight here. If you can do that, then you can force maybe a couple units to respawn there that the Undead would rather use onto the number 3. That would be my game plan at least. No guarantees that works though. Cryptar is at healing cap now. You know, not super surprising. They do tend to have that happen, but they're you know, being healing capped and being at a low enough healing point that they are definitely going to be dealt with pretty quickly here, and the situation on that number 3 really doesn't look like it's going to be swinging in favor of the vampire counts anytime soon. Oh, a Banshee actually does get over here and get on top of the Damsel. That Frostbite and, oh my god, look at the melee attack. Oh my goodness. Van Hell's being popped on there. Slippery on there as well. Just ignore this Banshee with those Mounted Yeomen. Try and reinforce the cap weight real quick on the number 3 here. That would be a really good idea. Going for a dive on the corpse cart's a good call. That's going to remove a lot of healing for these undead units that are just kind of hanging around out here. Just the Tithe, zombies, skeleton spears. Killing this corpse cart is going to remove the healing for all these guys. That's passive, and definitely going to give the Bretonnia Knights a little bit of space to just jump in here and cycle charge over and over into these units and slowly peel through them. Really good response from the Blood Knights here, doing good work as you might expect. Up to about 600 value. They're killing some Mounted Yeomen. Archers really peeling them off quite aggressively right now. Oh, and the Dire Pack on the field now. Oh, Cairn Wraiths also. Grail Knights coming in, though, to answer the Cairn Wraiths. Absolute brutality running through all of those Cairn Wraiths. Doing some really good damage. Well, they definitely need to stay mobile and maybe peel out over here. And see if you can get a Cairn Wraith to follow you and fix it in place with the spears. And then use the Grail Knights to hammer and anvil all over those guys would be the best thing you can do. Master of Beguilement. Underrated ability. You can target it on anything, and it's a 40 melee attack debuff for how many seconds, man? Vlad in trouble back here, though. Maybe should have used it on the targets around him. 44 seconds of no melee attack, basically.
Take it back.
But yeah, Henri and Albrecht do kill the undead mastermind there. And the leadership for vampire counts is getting really dicey here. All these units, once they start crumbling is not as punishing as demonic instability, but it is certainly a Mortis Engine type effect on all of your units. Can definitely put you in a huge hole, and you can see that Rank Killer really starting to take over the value trade game. And flattening the Blood Knights here with the Grail Knights, a good charge there, and that's really painful. Those Blood Knights were kind of the X factor, really needed them to be doing a little bit more. Oh, Royal Peg Knights coming out too. Let's see who they get in there and peg. You know, can't get enough of that. Can't get enough of that action. Foot Squires dealing with the Cairn Wraith slowly but surely. The number 3 did flip to the vampire counts and all that confusion, but points are close enough for Bretonnia to not need to worry about that too much, and there's just not a lot of pressure going in on the home objective for Bretonnia. So I do like this, bringing some Knights Errant in. Looks like they're going to charge some zombies and just force some actual units to stay here. Graveguard with great weapons, looking to hold on to the number 1, when they could be all the way over here on the number 3, helping deal with these Foot Squires. Foot Squires, man, they are doing some great work, being a very underrated unit in this matchup. As per usual, Breda Bordalo giving them a little extra leadership. Peasant's Duty there, as you can see, also helping them out as the Pegasus Knights are supporting them. Number 3 is going to be flipping. Do need to move the Spearmen up onto it. They are literally, like, right on the edge here. I don't think they're technically counting for the cap weight. Look at that. Dude's got, like, his toe inside the point right now. That's so funny. More Cairn Wraiths moving up onto the number 3, and I think that the Bretonians probably have enough of a lead right now to just slowly toy with the undead and just not leave them any room to get back into this game. Looks like another corpse cart is being bullied to death out here by Alberic and Henri, who have been putting the game on their back in a lot of ways. They've killed Vlad, they've killed 2 corpse carts, they've done some damage to crypt horrors, infantry, whatnot, everything. 1900 on Alberic and 1600 on Henri, so they're both just about paying for themselves there. They could definitely be doing some really good work into the late game, and I guess keeping the Banshee tied up on the Mounted Yeoman was a good call, because they've been over here the entire time. They're actually doing some damage to this Banshee. A little surprising, honestly. I wouldn't have expected that, but I guess having the surround on her doesn't matter if you've got 55% resistance to physical attacks if there's just that many being thrown at you. Making it stick, you know. About to flip, and Bretonnia does take this contested objective here. Cryptor is training incredibly unfavorably here. Really not a great position for them to be in. Pegasus Knights have good weapon strength. They're going to be able to hammer these guys down and just farm them for value, quite honestly. Pegasus Knights up to, you know, about 900 value, almost 1,000 now. Definitely need to get out of here, though, and maybe get a rear charge onto the Crypt Horrors, and that's going to be the ticket for sealing this game, I think. Rank Killer, you know, definitely loves banking up these resources and summoning out very patiently, which I love. I love this kind of play style. Making do with what you have on the field can actually do you a lot of favors into the late game. Because you've got stuff to summon in, you can summon big things in, you can summon in little stuff as you need, and your opponent is just like sitting here with like 200 supplies and can't do shit about it. Really nice micro, did get back up in the sky with the Pegasus Knights. Got a pretty decent charge in, probably should have just looped around and gotten a much cleaner rear charge, but I guess the Crypt Horrors are here to deter that a little bit. So, I do understand going straight up the pipe there. It does kill the Crypt Horrors, So without the Crypt Horrors, Crypt Ghoul's going to be next, and I'm going to fast forward through the rest of this game, I think. Bretonia's definitely in the winning position here. Slowly going to lock down this game, but really nicely played by Dak Ninja. Not giving anything up for free. Playing pretty close with Bretonia here. Maybe lacking a little bit of late game difference maker. You know, those Blood Knights, they got handled pretty effectively. And all of these infantry summons for the vampire counts, just not quite it. You know, really all you need for infantry is skeletons and the zombies. You can make do with just that, and then you just bring in hordes and hordes of Crypt Horrors and Vargeists and some Cairn Wraiths and stuff like that. That's usually what Scrambled Egg Special does. He was, without a doubt, the best undead player out there right now. Amazing vampire counts play. Really great vampire coast play as well.
Glory is yours.
If you ever want notes, find a Scrambled Egg Special in the many Discords. Pretty active in the RTK Discord, and also active in Turin's big, you know, community-spanning Discord server as well. Find him and ask him what he would recommend for some undead play. But I do like this build. I think there's room for Blood Knights in some of the matchups. I do think this is one of them. Banshee, probably a little too vulnerable. Bretonia does have pretty good access to magical damage. Cairn Wraiths, I do like having a couple of them here. I think that the Crypt Ghouls can be left at home. I think you've got 2 Great Weapon Graveguard there. You don't need a third one. I think just Blood Knights and Vargeists from here is the right play. Excuse me, guys. Really nice stuff there. Alright. And, whoops. Okay, well, I missed out on Knight there. Messaging me. Wonder if they've played it or not. Alright. We are going to jump in and we're going to do 28th Night and get their game rolling here. They were very patiently waiting for us. Sorry I kept y'all held up there. That's my bad. Okay, same lobby. Sweet. Alright. Oh, and it's Fabrosi. Okay, hell yeah. So another Fabrosi game. Gonna be able to take some more notes. Alright. Fabrosi readied up. 28th readied up. We're kicking it off here on Bordello Landing for our 3rd round match. Gonna be a good one. I love this map. It is an all-timer for sure. Absolutely unrivaled in its quality. Yeoman? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with the Yeoman, J-Dog? What's up, JP? Alright, guys. Biblically accurate Yeoman pronunciation. That's all I'm gonna say. Nightrunner slings. We've got some Plague Claw catapults here. 2 of those. Blightscab's Plague Pack is a really interesting choice against the undead for sure. Would not used to seeing these guys in land battles back in the day though. They had a huge application because you'd bring a Skaven blob with the with double Hell Pit Abominations and this Rabble Rouse ability giving immune to psychology. You could just make a huge death ball and just absolutely run over the undead. But we're gonna have to see what they can do here. There's a lot of units on the undead roster that can deal with these guys, so I'm very curious to see how they perform here. Lord Skrulk, a great choice. Amazing abilities. Liber Bubonicus and Rod of Corruption both do nasty damage. Plague is one of the pieces of the kit here, as well as Vermintide. I love Vermintide. Lots of uses on that. Very efficient spell, too. You can just keep summoning out clan rats, use them to like push deck gunners and, you know, bomber mobs and all these other targets that you'd want to chase those guys down with. And give yourself a little bit of like a boost to battlefield presence in the early going. Storm Vermin with shields out here, man. Very interesting build from the Skaven player here. I'm so curious to see how this works.
I will not run, flee.
Yes, Skaven are my favorite Warhammer Fantasy faction aesthetically. They're so fun. Chaotic as hell, evil as hell, and basically IMO, they are basically what I imagine anarcho-capitalists to be like in their everyday lives. So we're moving up to the middle objective here. Nightrunner slings getting a little bit of a jump here, getting right up on it, and they're going to cap that nice and early for the Skaven. Got an Assassin moving out there onto the number 2 as well. Assassins are another really nice unit on the Skaven roster. They're dirt cheap with all their abilities taken off.
From the foe.
You know, keeping Assassin's Trophy, which is only like 100 gold, is a good call. And you can just absolutely spit roast a cheap lord like this Vampire Fleet Admiral, given the right opportunity, man. So curious to see how that plays out and what 28th is going to end up doing with this nasty little fellow, man. Love the run animations these guys have. I don't know, something very pleasing about them just running on all fours with the knives in their hand and not breaking stride at all. Kind of cool. We've got the undead slowly moving up. Shade Wraith Gunners getting in position. Some more deck gunners. They're looking to get some good fire onto the Nightrunner slings here. I always forget that the Nightrunner slings don't have stalk. That's just the gunner runners. So, for whatever reason, whenever I see Nightrunners, I'm always thinking, I don't know, that there's just like more there than there actually is. I just always get tripped up. I'm always thinking and expecting like an even bigger ambush. Mournghulls moving up on the side here, actually. I kind of like this, man. Very sneaky play from Fabrosi, for sure. Vampire Fleet Admiral just posting up with all of the undead infantry here, and waiting for a chance to move up onto the number 2, I think. Trying to stay out of range of the Plague Claw Catapult, which is just now getting into range of some of the deckhand mobs. Definitely going to be able to do some good work against them. You know, the AoE for damage on these Plague Claw Catapults is pretty nasty, actually. Oh, and I didn't see this, man. The Avalanche Mortars is creeping up in here, too. Oh, beautiful. Oh, you love to see it. Pounding in here, taking 30 models off of those guys. Really nice, but a great collapse in here. A really good ambush getting on top of the Plague Claw crew with some scurvy dogs coming up out of the woods there. And Morgul's following up in there as well, getting on top of a lot of value for the Skaven here, but Avalanche Mortars, they're in range now, and they're going to be going after the Bomber Mobs, which is a good call. Bomber Mobs, if they get in range of the Storm Vermin, and certainly the Blightscab's Plague Packer, do some nasty work, man. Really good first volley, taking about half health off of these guys. Avalanche Mortars tend to perform pretty well if you swap targets. So, you know, doing a little bit of damage to these guys and then maybe swapping onto the other Bomber Mob would be a really good call here. But maybe just focusing them down one at a time, because it's getting some pretty good spread on its fire. I typically find once units get spread out, sometimes the shots just go all over the place and just miss everything. But they're being pretty accurate right now, so great work from the Avalanche Mortars right here. Morgul's and the Scurvy Dogs, oh, they do get killed before they can get rid of the crews here. Huge losses for Fabrosi, and really good rally from 28th Knight here, man. Absolutely dumpstering the Shade Wraith Gunners with the Avalanche Mortars now. Man, who would have thought the Undead were going to get so heavily out-traded in the ranged game, man? This is I thought this was a pretty risky build to be bringing in for the Skaven, but Skaven just, they never play by the rules, man. Absolutely wrecking all of the firepower for the Undead so far. Deck Gunners, they really haven't gotten much done here yet. And the Bomber Bats, they do get a good volley off on the Blightscab's Plague Pack, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. There's a lot of value that is being traded pretty inefficiently for the Undead right now. The Plague Claw Catapults are looking to get repositioned and set up and do some great work, but Rotting Promethean Summons, getting on top of the Avalanche Mortars, doing a little bit of damage, pushing them back, and shutting down their shooting for any amount of time right now is pretty nice for them. If the Undead can answer the cap race here, maybe they'll be able to slowly grind back into this game, because Avalanche Mortars, once they run out of ammo, aren't going to be able to do anything. And the Undead might be able to find some ways back in here. Storm Vermin following up with Lord Skrulk here. Has he used any of his abilities? One Liber Bubonicus has been used, and the Assassin is going after the Undead Lord here, doing some good work, but the Rotting Prometheans might be able to provide enough buffering to save this Fleet Admiral. Fleet Admiral of the Deeps is the call, by the way, so Tide Calls and other such spells doing some pretty good work here. Helping kill some of the Storm Vermin and regular old Clan Rats here. Oh, a good cast of Plague. Doing some good work against the gunnery mobs, but they do micro away, get out of the worst of that there. Do take a little bit of damage, though. So Skrulk is putting in some work with the spell kit here, man. About 1,000 value on him. Could probably stand to pop a Rod of Corruption here at ASAP and get all of these Undead units here. Rod of Corruption just absolutely karate chops infantry, so that'd be a pretty good call. Deck Droppers continuing to trade pretty well. They're getting a little bit of damage in here, trying to deal with the Death Globe Mortars, who are just continuing to pile the damage onto the Deck Gunners, just obliterating these guys slowly but surely. And losing all that value is pretty painful, but the Undead are staying on top of this game somehow. Retaking the #1 objective here. The #2 is held by the Undead. Yes, it is. And, man, it's getting scary for the Skaven all of a sudden. They did a really good job in the early going of stopping all of this pressure back here. But the Undead are just being relentless. Fabrosi doing a really good job of saving the caster and not panicking here and overextending even further. And just taking what firepower is not getting focused down and just shooting up the Skaven pretty nicely and finding a way back into this game. I would say that if the Undead can keep it even, they're definitely going to be in a more advantageous position, because while the Halberds and the Deckhand mobs really aren't very efficient units and aren't very good, They can definitely do a good job of holding with a really high cap weight. Another great plague here, absolutely obliterating those depth guard. Take him down to less than half health, man. But they are going to be able to hold it in there pretty nicely. They do have the hunger. They're not fighting anything crazy, but just as I say that, Doomflayers pile into combat, man. Doomflayers might be able to kill these depth guard, and that'd be another big loss for the undead here. God, this game is so close, and the assassin has found the undead fleet admiral yet again. Crumbling out, not going to be able to save this lord. Oh, rallies with 0 leadership. Oh, just barely manages to get taken down by this assassin character. Amazing job there from 28th. Oh my goodness. Razor close so far. A Night Terror's trying to deal with Night Runners out here, killing 1 unit off. These guys, they are running for their lives. Gonna try and kite out the Night Terrors who are trying to get the number 3 objective, and the Skaven jump right back onto the middle here and are retaking it. Tons of wolf rats. Oh, and a brood horror coming out here. 28th doing a really good job of building up, and then probably going to jump right up onto this number 1 and just completely close out this game here. Morghuls do find the assassin are putting in some good work. They do have anti-infantry characteristics on their attacks. Definitely going to be able to kill this hero, but all of this, oh man, all of the deckhand mobs and the like are being dealt with. And very back and forth for a bit there, but it looks like the Skaven here, with their overwhelming firepower from the Avalanche Mortar, Death Globe Mortars, and the steady, consistent fire from the Plague Clot Catapults. One of which, man, they really haven't quite paid for themselves, but the leadership debuffing, the consistent damage on high-value targets, and other shooting elements that the Vampire Coast are bringing in, paying off big time here, and, you know, making their effect felt quite seriously. Oh my god. Wrecking those guys. Wolf Rats being pushed back by some shooting and some halberds. Wraith Gunners coming back out here, man. I don't know how effective they're going to end up being. They're going to have a big uphill climb here, and I don't know if they're going to be kept safe enough from what remains of the Plague Hawk Catapult shooting, because they do have a few volleys left, but looks like Scurvy Dogs did finally kill one of the Plague Claws here, which is really nice for the undead. Oh god, I don't know, guys. To me, it's looking like the undead might not be able to get back in this, but ammo is running thin for the mortars here. I think that was, yeah, that is their last volley, so maybe something can happen here in the late game. Some Scurvy Dogs to help out those Morghuls would be really nice, because I think that the Doomflayer is going to roll in here and just absolutely hammer these guys down. Doomflayers are excellent against everything. The more you have of them, the better they get. They just, like, scale into themselves so nicely in terms of DPS. Brood Horror getting back here, running over the Scurvy Dogs with the help of some Wolf Rats, and they're munching on some undead booty, man. Gunnery mobs not doing too hot. Shadewraith Gunners trying to help peel for them. They do break the leadership on the Wolf Rats. Oh, and if they break the Brood Horror as well. Oh, man, that's painful. Scurvy Dogs for Brosi could follow that up and get rid of those guys, but guess you do need to focus on the caps. All you've got is a number 3, which is incredibly perilous right now. Doomflayers, they're trading okay into the Night Terrors. The extra stats for this ROR Night Terror definitely helping them out quite a bit, but the Doomflayers are getting a little bit of extra damage, and they're giving the Night Runners time to get their little pebbles on target, and just continue to work these guys down. Love to see it, you know, nothing worse than getting hit in the head by a stone that weighs about 3 pounds.
The enemy has captured one of your victory
just
points.
caving your head
Take
in.
it back.
Storm Vermin coming out. I like the inclusion of the Storm Vermin. They've got full cap weight. They're very, they're not the best fighters in the world, but for their price point, they're really not that bad when you give them a good look over. Got decent leadership, which makes a big difference for Skaven front lines. And, yeah, it looks like the undead, man. Blightscab's Plague Pack continuing to hold in here. Another great plague. What is the value on Skrulk? It's gotta be crazy. 2,700 value on the Pestilent one here. Look at that stink cloud. I wonder if it gets more and more foggy around him as he gets value and kills. That'd be pretty funny to add in. Broodheart did rally, and Assassin rallied? Or is that a new Assassin? I'm not 100% sure, but really well played by the Skaven player there. 28th coming in huge. I would figure that would be a pretty rough matchup for Skaven, but 28th made that not look effortless, but certainly made that look a lot more favorable than I was expecting otherwise. And against Fabrosi, he's a really, really excellent player. Alright, guys. I'm gonna go check on the, I'm gonna check the bracket real quick. See where we're at. We're probably approaching the end of the tournament here. Oh, that's the wrong one. Where is it? Here we go. So yeah, we're getting up into the last round here. And taking a little peek around, we've got quite a few people with 3 wins right now, so it's going to come down to who amongst them is able to secure that last win of the day. Because we're not doing a, there's not going to be a semis. It's only the top 2 advancing today. So, Christopher's, Desperado, and Nautical Sky, all with 3 wins. All 3 of them controlling their destinies here. Rank Killer with 2 wins. Gonna need a little bit of help at the end here, maybe. To get into the top, but not impossible. Alright, I'm gonna go... Who am I gonna ask for a lobby? I would like to watch somebody that we haven't seen today. But I think maybe Christopher's and 28th is going to be who we end up watching. 28th reported their game, and they're up here at the top now. Ahead of Rank Killer, in fact. Alright. Alright, we're going to watch 28th Night play again, because they're right here on the cusp of getting into the finals. And they are playing somebody who is undefeated, I believe. Yeah, they're playing Christopher's, so if they beat Christopher's, then Christopher's might fall out of the top 2, in fact. Alright, I'm going to wait for a response on that. We'll jump in here and see what else is going on. People are probably leaving some replays as well. I would like to jump on top of all of those. So I've got those. Alright, we got some replays to go with in a little bit here. Maybe to finish out our last few highlights for the stream. Definitely gonna play a couple of games myself after this. See if anybody is willing to practice with me some. Sweet. Oh, just 1 second, guys. Sorting out some logistical stuff for getting set up to watch this last round of matches. And then we'll be doing finals, and then I'll do a couple live games, and then probably do a couple more of the replays I got sent. And then we'll close the stream out. Alright. We're back in here. So it's going to be Christopher's and 28th playing. Napes. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name in Steam, so I'm just going to call you Christopher's from now on. I keep forgetting that that's your actual, like, out of Steam tag. Alright, 28th is ready. We're waiting on Christopher's, and we'll be rolling. And we'll be seeing what shakes out for this, these top few matches. I'm going to swap y'all over, and y'all can get a look at the bracket and the current sign-up. So we've got, Smelly Monkey and Desperado playing. Christopher's and 28th are playing now. Fabrosi, Nautical Sky, Spikes and Rank Killer, and Bongo and Son of Heaven. And this is the current layout right now. So everybody here with 2 to 3 wins is theoretically within striking distance of getting into the top 2 spots. Some need a little bit more help than others in that regard. If Rank is going to get in, he needs pretty much everybody above him to lose. Actually, does need everybody above him to lose. Even then, I think it would be a little tricky, depending on, let's see, I think, no. Yeah, he would get in if everybody else lost. 28th needs to win, and for, a couple of these guys above him to lose. Beating Christopher's would be 1 guaranteed win, and then just needs either Desperado or Nautical Sky to drop one of their games. So we've got a really close final round here, which is always really exciting to see. I'm curious who's going to pull it off. All right. They're kicking it forward, and I'll kick y'all back over. Hell yes. Okay. We've got wide Chaos Dowie versus Skaven. I love it. Yeah, that's a good call. Like, tons of Hobgoblins with a couple of Chaos Dowie mixed in to give the Malign Authority leadership buff is a pretty good call, and you can bring in some other there's some other units that give that too. Bull Centaurs do that. Honestly, Taurox might not be bad in this matchup, just because they're pretty quick and they can get in and get on weapon teams and clear those guys out. I'm curious to see what the reinforcements are going to be. I haven't gotten an opportunity to look at all of that yet. I'm going to be held in suspense. I can't stand it. I'm going to lose my mind here. So what is this, man? I mean, 17 units for the Chaos Dowie. It is incredibly rare that you see them outnumbering their opponent, especially outnumbering the Skaven. I mean, come on. So we've got 3 Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits. We've got how many Hobgoblin Archers? 4 of them. 2 Wolf Riders with bows. 2 Chaos Dowie. The Sorcerer Prophet of Fire is going to feast in this matchup, potentially. Let's get in there and look at him. I love the axes, dude. And, they got the little mortar pistol. It's a very funky little weapon. The way it works. It, like, shoots in an arc. And doesn't seem to do a ton of damage, honestly, but I don't know. I probably just need to experiment with it a little more, but that's not nearly as important as having Burning Head, which, of course, is on the table. Kindle Flame. Chalice of Blood and Darkness is going to be pretty nice. It's going to make that Lord a little bit more resilient to getting focused down by Ikit. It does have Flensing Ruin. That is going to hurt if it hits the Sorcerer Prophet, but having that heal every time it get casts, you know, and it is on a 90-second cooldown, which is the thing that keeps it from being stupendously overpowered, but, you know, in terms of, like, just being able to heal every time your opponent does something, it's pretty nice. Really good. Anytime you can get an effect like that, you want to take it, pretty much. So, some Night Runner Slings. Night Runner Slings might struggle just because of how many missile units are on the field for the Chaos Dowie. You got the Archers, you've got the Bow Riders, and Sneaky Gits, too. Sneaky Gits can, like, sneak up on the flank and just nail them with the volleys and then charge them down. And they'll win that fight pretty comfortably in melee combat. They do have a bonus versus infantry and better stats. They also have poison, so they can catch them and lock them down. But that might be a little bit difficult just because of the speed these guys have. 54, when it gets debuffed by 15%, it gets lowered down to what? Gets lowered down to 48. So they're still pretty quick, faster than the Hobgoblins. So it's going to come down to a little bit of microplay, but they at least have an opportunity to be able to get after those slings. More Wolf Raider bows. Oh man, there's 2 more over here, so there's 4. Oh no, he just moved them. I was about to say. Alright. So the Sneaky Gits are going to be moving up along the tree line here. Maybe going to get an opportunity to get on these Night Runner Slings. Night Runner Slings here moving up, and these guys as well. Hobgoblins, with their bows, just riding out, pleased as punch, and do miss their first little set of arrows, but get a couple of shots in there. No models killed yet, but they're just forcing back the Skaven here and getting an objective for some early points. Ooh, nice. Plague Claw Catapult. Its first shot getting in there and killing 13 models of the Sneaky Gits, who are doing a little bit of damage to the Night Runner Slings, getting some kills, nothing too crazy, but definitely taking out, you know, about 20% of the HP on these guys, which is pretty nice. Wait, those are, that's Warp Lightning Cannons. What the hell? I mean, I guess that's, yeah, it makes sense, just in case there's trains or Flying Lords or Bale Tauruses or Great Tauruses even. Lots of things that the Warp Lightning Cannons can do, and they're still getting a little bit of work done here. Actually landing shots, which is usually what cannons struggle to do against infantry targets. Warplock Jezzails, they're helping mop up these Hobgoblin Sneaky Gits here, killing them, but the other 2 are kind of skirting around the edge of the battlefield here. I'm curious if 28th is wise to that or not. And some Wolf Rats overextend into the Wolf Raiders. The spear and the, I mean, I guess for lack of a better word for these guys, I guess they are technically Lance Cavalry. Like, really cheap shot cav. You know, they don't have great prolonged melee stats, but they've got a pretty good charge bonus of 40, you know. They can get some good work done with it. Ooh, advancing out of the tree line here, and they do get spotted, and it looks like the Skaven are not seeing it quite yet. Some Doomflayers are coming out to go after the Hobgoblin Wolf Archers here, who are trying to help out their brethren. They do get hit by a good flank from the Wolf Rats and absolutely ripped to pieces there. Very painful stuff for those guys. Brass Orb goes down and just misses catching more guys in its vortex. It does actually stun up cavalry a little bit. Oh, and this is big. Great collapse from Christopher's here. Getting a huge charge on the Warplock Jezzails. These guys do have decent armor. It's not over for them, but they're going to start losing health real fast. Definitely should just start pulling them back right now. Good counter charge with the Rat Ogres and the Doomflayers. Probably going to save this unit. They've taken about 12 models. Have been lost on them. Oh my god. Burning Head going in. Unfortunately, not taking the best rotation in the world, but it does collapse one Clan Rat Spear. and gives an opportunity for the Plague Mortar, or the Poison Wind Globadiers to get compromised by the Wolf Rats here, who do jump in there just to force them to reposition, shut down their shooting for a moment. It's kicking off everywhere. We got some nasty damage going down there from the other Poison Wind Globadier, and Warplock Jezzails do get saved at the 11th hour by the Doomflayers and the Rat Ogres. Really nice response from 28th there. Very good micro. And is this a Flensing Ruin? Yeah, Flensing Ruin going down to the Fire Sorcerer, doing a little bit of work, and a nice Warp Lightning cast there as well. Hitting the Cutthroats, doing some good work. And, oh, that's the fat Burning Head that I was waiting for, man. Absolutely obliterating all of the units here. Night Runners, 2 Night Runners, and a Spear. Oh, and another Clan Rat Spear. Absolutely perfect rotation from that wind spell. Wrecking the entire Skaven front line, just about. And there's a little bit of something here to follow up. A really nice Brass Orb is going to hit the Chaos Dowie Warriors and the Hobgoblin Cutthroats, and a fat Warp Lightning to follow that up while they're all blobbed here. Doing some great damage, man. Really good stuff from the Skaven. They do have a bit of a value lead, and there are a lot of dead Hobgoblins out here, but lots of dead Skaven too. We'll see who can definitively take these positions. Christopher's is banking a lot of resources right now, which is honestly not a bad idea. Oh, the Deathglobe Mortars coming in. They're going to hammer these Hobgoblin Cutthroats here. Vicious damage. Oh my god, take about half their health off. And these guys are probably going to break here. Really nice cast of Flensing Ruin. Upgraded? No, just the standard cast of Flensing Ruin. Definitely could use the Warp Lightning cannons on this guy. Is definitely giving them a little bit of attention now. Really good focus fire from 28th here. Getting a pretty commanding lead now.
The enemy has slain our lord.
Oh, and the poor Chaos Sorcerer Prophet, man. Oh, no. Dead. Gunned down by the Warplock Jezzails here, who were starting to rack up some pretty nice value, man. The Chaos Dowie maybe not having enough answers to the shooting. To be fair, though, Skaven absolutely dominate the standard Dowie, so I can see how Chaos Dowie probably also have a pretty bad matchup here, but the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders getting in here, trying to do their work against the units here. Not quite able to, just don't have enough DPS to get through the armor. The armor on the Warplock Jezzails and the Poison Wind Mortars probably is doing just enough work to save them here. They did rout earlier, but they have rallied here. They're getting a little extra work in. Avalanche Mortars just completely boxing out the Chaos Dwarves, and the volleys onto the Hobgoblin Archers. Very lucky that those all missed there. They're scooting forward just a little bit, getting into range. They're going to drop another round of shots here. Probably need to just kite back here with these guys and ensure that you don't lose value here on these guys. Scooting forward, but not quite able to get out of the vortex of fire there. And oh man, Doomflayers, dude, absolutely hounding down the Iron Demon here, who was really low, taking a lot of damage from those Flensing Ruins and the Warp Lightning Cannon, man. Got some good shots in there as well, and it's starting to look real bad, real quick for the Chaos Dowie. A great Brass Orb, and is there going to be a follow-up on that? The Avalanche Mortars did get charged down. A great Warp Lightning. Are they going to get shots off in time? I mean, they've got a lot of units blobbed up there from that, so they can probably just finish off these 3 units in tandem here because of how clumped up they all are. Oh my god. Oh my god. Absolutely filthy. Wow. Violence. I do believe that the Skaven have got this game. So 28th night coming in here. Christopher's looking pretty rough for him. Does have one objective. No, it's also controlled by the Skaven. This objective is controlled by the Chaos Dally, but does flip just now to the Skaven. Skaven with the triple cap with a pretty commanding value lead. Man, I really would have thought that maybe the Hobgoblin rush was going to have some teeth to it, but I don't know, maybe not enough heavy hitters. But it's really hard to bring anything expensive. Does rat off the Doom Flayers, which is very nice. The Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders are able to pull that off. Kadai Fireborn going to be fighting the Rat Ogres. They should beat Rat Ogres, but they will take some damage in response for sure. Their physical resist is only 10%, and you know, I mean these guys do have these weird like power fist type things, just giant iron balls and nails like stapled into their hands. This one's got like some warpstone rock shaped into like an obsidian dagger type deal on his wrist. Like I said, very cool aesthetically. Love my stinky rat boys. Screeching and howling in happiness right now are the Skaven. Continuing to push back with little pressure, the Chaos Tower you're able to bring out, and wow. Wow. The Warp Grinders lock those guys in place. Probably did use Warp Quake there as well. I think that's also going off. I mean, it won't tell me because there's nothing alive here to show it off. They got absolutely obliterated by the Poison Wind Globes. One volley from these guys, man. That's all you need. One volley. And what are the Chaos Dowie going to do? Or are they going to find a way back into this game? Poison Wind Mortars, or Poison Wind Globeteers. I keep saying mortars. They do get into position, getting some nice volleys onto the Infernal Guard Fireglaves. Talk about a cost-efficient trade. 650 gold versus 1,300. And, I mean, definitely paying for themselves just in the 2 volleys that they've gotten here. Doing some nice stuff, man. And the Chaos Dowie retreating, taking a lot of casualties on this very expensive Infernal Guard. Making a bit of a rush onto the number 1, but even if they do get this, the Skaven have 2 other positions where they've got pretty overwhelming cap weight and positions with some firepower on. Gisele's just about out of ammo. They have definitely paid for themselves nicely. Sneaky Gets not going to be able to beat Rat Ogres for sure. Their leadership is just too haggard without their Lord on the field. You can see damage by artillery, another debuff. It is a debuff that literally any cannon piece gets, so it's worth bringing artillery just for that sometimes. It can be kind of hard to get artillery pieces that don't have special effects to pay for themselves. Typically you want some kind of like leadership modifier on these guys, but Skaven are very good at protecting their artillery crews in pieces. And they typically don't end up breaking the bank too horribly. You know, they've got like wolf rats and lots of other fast stuff, rat ogres for some mass, and tons of cheap garbage you can just stack over the top of them to protect with. Absolutely nailing the Iron Demon here that's just desperately trying to have some kind of effect on the battlefield. Running over some Giselles, but the Giselles, you know, they've got a little bit of ammo, but they're not really desperately needing to do much of anything right now. What's the value on this guy? 2,000 value on the Warp Lightning Cannon. Definitely helped get rid of the first Iron Demon, getting some good work on this second one. Ikit chasing it down as well, 2,300 on him. Doomflayer's back out on the field. Rat Ogre's looking to make some looking to make some Hobgoblins cry blood out of their entire bodies. And Infernal Guard Fireglaives, they're going to put a little damage back onto these Doomflayers, but they're not going to win that fight at all. They're definitely in a losing position here, being dealt with very capably by the Doomflayers.
Has been destroyed.
Anywhere else? We've got Blazing Beards of Basharik. They're going to secure that position if they're given a chance to, but a Doomflayer moving over here or some Rat Ogres coming out. Well, Rat Ogres don't have Vanguards, so Rat Ogres out of this position would definitely be able to help push these guys off. Not quite enough to be happening in time, but you do you've got to admire people who are willing to play out a game to the end just to see what you can do in terms of making a comeback happen. You know, just never say never. You can make some pretty insane comebacks in this game at times. Good damage from these guys onto the Poison Wind Globes, who are broken now. They do manage to save themselves a little bit, and they're going to be able to push back onto the Skaven Slaves and Clan Rats here. But number one recapped by the Skaven, Ikit, and the Doomflayers doing that. Sneaky Gets pushing up as well, and the Chaos Dower pretty much tabled. 28th with 4,000 supplies in. This is where you just summon everything in all at once, whatever you've got in reserve, just cuz, which is what he's kind of doing here. Rat Ogres, Wolf Rats, Jezzails, anything else? Oh, the Avalanche Mortars coming in here as well. I wonder what they're gonna do. Maybe just get a good volley on the Wolf Raiders. And yeah, GG's, man. 28th, playing that game pretty much perfectly. Lovely stuff. And we're going to be getting some Skaven in the finals, potentially. It's going to depend on how the tiebreakers shake out. So I'm going to go take a look at that now. We'll see if the other games are done yet or not. So Nautical Sky did win their game. Nautical Sky with 4 wins. So Nautical Sky guaranteed a spot. We've got Rank Killer still at 2 wins, who did lose their game to Spikes. So lots of people with 2 wins. It's going to come down to whether or not if Desperado if Desperado wins their game, then they're going to be on the top 2. But if Desperado also loses, they do not have good enough tiebreakers to get past Christopher's. And, I guess... Oh, yeah, because they haven't reported their score yet. Sorry, guys. I'm just, I'm doing the mental arithmetic in my head right now. So, yeah. It's all going to come down to this match. Desperado and Smelly Monkey to determine the, top 2 here. Alright. While we're waiting to see how this shakes out, I'm going to step away for a minute. I need to get some water and a little bit of a quick snack before I drop. Alright. I'm back. Feeling better. So, I'm gonna start asking around. See how we're gonna rally up for these last few games here. Because it's still too early to actually call the top 4. Damn, okay. Alright, JP's on top of inquiring after them. Hell yeah. Spikes is in the Discord. Only been playing Conquest, went 0-4 yesterday in the Conquest tournament, but went 2-2 in Dom today. I'm happy. Hell yeah. Yeah, rank killer. You played some pretty clean, played pretty good Bretonians, honestly. Especially against Fabrosi in the game that I cast. It was a really tough one against Fabrosi. And then, yeah. God. It's nice to see, even late into, you know, like the life cycle of a DLC, see people still come up with new stuff to work into the more meta, like, games and everything. That nothing is settled ever. You know? I love that. I love that people are always trying to, like, iterate on what they bring. Try and, like, iron out inconsistencies. And then also just going all in on some really wild builds, man. I do really appreciate that about this community. Welcome, welcome, guys. Nice to see you all here. Give us maybe another 5 to 10 minutes. I'm not 100% sure what's going on with Desperado and Monkey. Once we know that, we can do the finals. I'll play 2, maybe 3 games. I'll just open up a lobby, and whoever is here in stream can just join, even. And then after we've played a couple games, I'll do a few more of the replays that people have been dropping for me, and then I'll head out. I wanna watch some football. I'm a disgusting American football fan. Let's actually go take a peek at the advanced player tournament. I'm curious to see how that's progressing. And for those of you who are new and are playing in the new player tournament, you know, once you win a game, you can't do the new player tournament, but you can just go right into the advanced player tournament. There's nothing stopping you from just immediately jumping in from here, honestly. You know, it's more about just giving people the opportunity to play other people of your skill level, you know, instead of just getting thrown into the deep end, which can be discouraging. I've been there. When I started playing Dom mode in this game, I just got absolutely canned by everybody I was playing. took me like 30 or 40 games on launch of Warhammer 3 to start getting a feel for the factions. Alright. Trying to decide which of these replays I really want to cast. Probably this one. I want to see Desperado and Fabrosi play. It's Corns. This is a secret. I can't reveal this at all. I can't even click and show you what the builds are. Is how secret it is. Once the Clan Civil War, the RTK Civil War I was talking about is done, that's gonna be on the 13th. I'm gonna be casting this game. This is a practice game from some of the players, and it's awesome. It's awesome. I'm very excited to show that off in like a week or two. Yeah, in a week is when the RTK Civil War is. I'll be streaming that potentially, like my game or something, or maybe I'll just do a replay. Kind of depends. I'm not 100% sure how it's gonna work, but I'll be around. I'll do something with it. Do we know the top 4 yet? Ah, so close. 28th, almost got it. Look, that's heartbreaking. Just outside of the top 2. But really awesome stuff then. I mean, Desperado and Nautical Sky, I mean, winning all your games in a Swiss tournament is actually pretty difficult, honestly. There's never a guarantee, you know? So let's go see these guys play. It's going to be fun because I don't think I've watched either of these folks play yet today. So we've got 2 completely unknown quantities for the final. Oh my god. JP in the Discord is just popping off with the jokes. Memeing too close to the sun, some may say, even. Okay. I'm just wishing everybody luck for finals. Maybe, I mean, I remember the first time I got into a finals match. I was playing Void Lulls, who was a Dark Lord in Yawn Times, and I was just nervous and sweaty as hell. I played so bad, too. It was embarrassing. Oh my god. I've gotten over the nerves, and I've luckily been back and won myself some actual like tournament matches since then. Okay, here we go. I mean, I found the lobby. Oh, the dreaded 999 password. Beautiful stuff. So amped. What's going on with, yeah. Take care, 28th. I don't know if you're in stream here or not, but, you played some great matches. Alright, Dried Floodplain. Is this one of the new ones? I don't recognize it at the least. No. No, it's not. Just never see people choose this one to be played in tournaments, actually. So that's also another exciting little X factor. Waka. I don't know if I see Waka in the Discord talking with other map creators, but I feel like it's been a minute since Waka put out some new maps. But maybe I'm just not paying enough attention. Yeah. I love this game, but I do tend to take you know, like, maybe not breaks, but I do tend to lay back from it. Like, that's kind of what's been going on right now. I'm kind of just in limbo, waiting for the new DLC, because, I don't know. I love the game. I just would love to get the new Corn content, and that's my main faction. So once I get that, I'm really excited for where Corn is going to end up. Maybe even end up being a like a top tier faction, because right now, if you go over here to the stats, let me show y'all. Corn is right here next to Skaven. I mean, literally neck and neck with one another. And Skaven have a pretty good matchup against Corn, honestly. It's not unwinnable for either side, obviously. It's like a 60-40. I think that this is probably about appropriate for it. Corn can win it, but Skaven have some really nasty tools, as you can see, for killing infantry and big targets. And, you know, Corn tends to struggle if their opponent has really good ranged options. So, can be a tricky one for sure. Especially with, like, mass Doom Flayers. Doom Flayers are so gnarly against Corn. Okay, guys. Grand Finals. We've got Vampire Coast versus Empire. Desperado on Empire. And Nautical is on the Vampires here. We've got quite a fun build here. We've got Aranessa Saltspite making a rare appearance. She's a really good lord, though. I will say that. Can do some really awesome stuff. Has the Spearfisher's Net, which is a great snare. It's 20 seconds or something in terms of duration, which is a long time. That is a long time to not be able to move. That's it's like that's plenty of opportunity to get like 2 full volleys off on whatever you've caught. You got some Hawken long rifles, the Sunmaker, love to see it. Triple Huntsman and Marcus Wolfheart. Neither side bringing casters in the opening, which is something for sure. Oh yeah, Dread Floodplain is this map. So never mind. I literally just cast some matches on it the other day. I don't know why I always forget what the name of this map is. Depth Guard with pole arms making an appearance. I like this. They're going to be very good against the Empire Cavalry. And you don't really need standard Depth Guard to kill Empire State Troopers. They're just pretty low quality in general. And Depth Guard just have really good stats. They will chew through them regardless. And I think that the AP and the bonus versus large is a much better tool for them. I'm sorry, I need to move my microphone around some. Banging into shit, knocking things over, trying to get comfortable. I moved my desk and all my stuff around in the house recently, so I'm still trying to get my space settled the way I want it. Deck Gunners, and Aranessa, as I said, she does have Spearfisher's Net. It is, oh, it's 18 seconds. Okay, I mean, that's still a long time. And Manon's Luck, I do like this ability. I mean, 20% damage resistance and melee defense. It's not a really short cooldown. It's only 15 seconds, but that really does stack up, you know. And she has physical resist. Okay. I don't know why I always forget about this. Look at her stats, though. I mean, 65, 60. Oh, Kraken's Bane is on the field, too, for her. It's going to give a bonus versus large and a radius around her. So even these deckhand mobs will have 5 bonus versus large as long as she's near them. Or 8, sorry. 8 bonus versus large. She probably isn't going to move up very aggressively in the early going. You know, she's only got 4,200 HP. 20 armor is nothing. I mean, you know, basically nothing on. Oh my god, the double peg leg is so silly, but it just works.
Point. Keep it from the
perfect.
foe.
And we're just waiting for the positioning war to end. Ooh, we've got the Morghuls getting really aggressive. Oh man, take a nasty volley from the Huntsman here. Oh, and more Huntsmen on the high ground getting some damage in. These Morghuls in trouble. They definitely do need to do some tactical maneuvers. You know, get the back and forth rolling. Sunmaker volley is fired at them. It's not very cost effective. The Sunmaker is not meant for killing Morghuls. And are these guys going to get away? They do get away, and in the midst of all that firing, oh, but a nasty net stops up 2 Fellbats, but this unit of Scurvy Dogs does get in. They are going to completely obliterate these Huntsmen. These guys have awful melee attack and defense. I mean, 17 melee defense is pretty crap against Scurvy Dogs. So 1 Huntsman down, the Fellbats on top of these Huntsmen here. It's going to stop them up for a little while, giving an opportunity for the Morghuls to move up into the trees, but there are Spearmen here. They do not want to fight Spearmen in the forest. That would be a very bad trade. Oh, Knights of the Blazing Sun come out. They actually save the Huntsman here. Wow, really good summons by Desperado, saving all 3 of the Huntsmen, including these guys. And they're really low, but they've got 50 models left, so like an Earthblood would do them a lot of good. But no casters. No casters out yet, right? Yeah, no casters for either side. How often do you see a completely magical-less game? Right, am I just missing something? No, I'm not. We've got a lot of supplies being banked for the forces of the Vampire Coast. They are taking the low ground objective, and the number 2 is being taken by the Empire. The Huntsmen are moved up on it. They're getting a little fire through the trees, trying to do some damage, but nothing crazy. You know, just trying to provide some steady value. Ooh, and the Morghuls emerging from the trees very aggressively. They're about half health, so they should definitely think about this a little bit harder than they are. They're just going all out for it. Knights of the Blazing Sun might be able to hammer these guys down. Another amazing net from Marcus Wolfhart. The Hunter's Snare. 11 seconds of pure pain for the Morghuls incoming, man.
The enemy has captured one of...
Huge volleys from the Huntsmen, killing a couple of the models of Morghuls. And these guys definitely have a little bit of an opportunity to move up. They need to just keep going. But I think the micro is getting split, and if you get netted, you know, your orders do completely drop, so you have to go back in and give them orders again. And I think that Vampire Coast here is getting so aggressive into the trees here that they're not quite paying attention to where their units are a little bit idle, not quite doing nearly as much as they could be. Scurvy Dogs kiting away from the Knights of the Blazing Sun, and the Fellbats come in, do the last little bit of damage needed against those Huntsmen, and they're going to get a good rear charge on this other Huntsman here. Gonna get a little bit of damage in. The deckhands with pole arms, they're moving up, they're locking horns with the Empire State Troopers. Marcus Wolfhart is fighting toe-to-toe against Aranessa's Salt Spite, who is breakdancing all over his head, man. Wow, that was acrobatic as hell. Aranessa is a baddie. 100% confirmed, and nobody is going to tell me otherwise. Depth Guard, they're helping chase down Marcus Wolfhart, but I think that you should probably just collapse in here on the flank with the pole arms. Aranessa is going to beat Marcus in a one-on-one fight. I mean, she's just a better combatant. I mean, she's got... Well, he's got 58 melee attack. What the hell? I had no idea his melee attack was so high, so... Actually, the Depth Guard with pole arms might be the better answer. And Aranessa is going to pull back. She's taking a little bit of damage from that fight. And she's just going to be hanging out. Going to be looking for an opportunity to do something. A Bright Wizard with the Burning Head is looking for some opportunities. And Empire really kind of let the Vampire Coast just completely move up into the trees here and kind of roadblock them a little bit. But getting a good trade with the Morngul's back here. We've got some Scurvy Dogs barely dissipated before they got on the Sunmaker, which is 257 kills, but nowhere close to paying for itself. And it's only got one volley left. Although... I don't know, that can be a little deceptive. It is certainly hammering down these handguns here. And Pistoliers looking to follow this up maybe, but they take some volleys on the way in. They're taking some casualties for sure. Probably just need to charge in here, which they do. They are pretty low though. They're probably not going to win that combat even with how low those handguns are. Knights of the Blazing Sun, they've been doing some great work sweeping the battlefield, ripping into units, and certainly going to rip into these deckhand mobs, who are pretty helpless against them. I mean, this is just free value for the Knights here. But a pretty decent little net there. Spearfisher's net going in, and Aranessa going to be picking off a few models before these guys get out of here for sure. Come on, do the... she just gets knocked over. Oh, she did a little flip and recovered. Her animations are so cool, man. I want to get one more good look at him. Come on. Yeah, there we go. She's kind of like, she did some Olympic moves. She's doing like a pole vault with her halberd before like landing on top of these guys. Wow, Huntsman volley going in deep onto the bats that are kind of bothering the Bright Wizard right now. These guys definitely do need to get safer. Oh, and some Empire Knights flattening the deck gunners back here. What a great... Oh, my God. And the number 3 objective is wide open now. The Empire... they let the Vampire Coast get up in there, but honestly, they did a really good job of peeling all of those units. And Vampire Coast starting to fall behind really badly in terms of value. No casters still. You really need a caster as the undead. I like it for the opening to go without one, but you really need the heals, or you need the value that the Deep's caster can provide. And not having that is really punishing the Vampire Coast right now. They could be up big right now, I think. But trading inefficiently with Scurvy Dogs into Knights of the Blazing Sun, not having a caster, Huntsman, and Pistoliers and Outriders, so many ranged units coming in and punishing these very slow, very squishy vampiric units, is doing the Empire all the favors in the world, and they are taking this game over here in the 4th quarter. Sirens being dealt with slowly but surely. On the run now, trying to shut down the Outriders. Looks like they're at least trying to get out of there. But I don't think they're even going to make it. The Bright Wizard's kind of got them locked in combat right now. He's making for the hills now. Getting followed up on by Flagellants. Yeah, I love to see some Flagellants out. They're pretty good. They're, you know, more expensive than State Troopers, but these guys are unbreakable at base, and they can do some serious work if they just get into combat. They don't have any armor, so they're very squishy to shooting, but, you know, if you shut down all the shooting and you don't have to worry about it because you've completely overwhelmed your opponent, then why not have some Flagellants out to do some good DPS against Chaff? Depth Guard with polearms have been handling business. They've been doing really well, but they're not really getting a ton of value. They're being fought by State Troopers, just slowly being fed cheap infantry to fight while the rest of the battlefield is slowly handled. A good fireball onto Aranessa there. Doing a good bit of work against her. She's not doing anything insane, you know, she's only up to about 800 value. But steady and incremental is her game. If there was just a little bit more support for the Vampire Coast out here on the field, man, I think that what's going on here, and the reason why it's not reflecting a much more skewed situation for the Empire, is just because of the crumbling. I think that the consistent rear charges on like Scurvy Dogs and Bats and really forcing those situations where the disintegrating effect is coming into play very early is skewing the actual value. So Empire in reality probably is up to like 13,000 value right now if disintegration and crumbling were taken into consideration the way that theoretically it should be, but it's, I mean, I'm not going to complain too much. I'm just glad that the game is in a pretty good spot with the community map pack being such high quality. CA's done a really good job since Shadows have changed to just get the game in a pretty good position for the future. So I really do appreciate that. And yeah, man, Empire Desperado with a dominant win here in the finals. Absolutely amazing stuff. Well played. Very well played. Let me go congratulate our competitors here. Alright, hell yeah. Let's check out some values. Wow, 600 on these deckhand mobs. Okay. Man, the handguns were not good, and the deck gunners, they got cleared up pretty easily too, as well as the Mournghouls, so... playing too aggressively with the mobility and not doing enough to protect your own backlines is kind of the death of Vampire Coast for Nautilus here. Not Nautilus, Nautical. The Hochland long rifles didn't do amazingly. I didn't really get to watch them much that match. I was more focused on watching the Huntsmen and the cavalry maneuvering around, which were very well handled. I mean, these Knights of the Blazing Sun, 253 kills, 1,300 value, that's impact. That's how you use Empire Heavy Cavalry. Good value from the Bright Wizard too, nothing insane, but 844's nice and steady. Really the only thing that did great for the Undead here, Sirens did okay this unit. The Scurvy Dogs, some of them got on target. I would guess that they dealt with the Hochland long rifles and these Depth Guard polearms, but no healer for that entire game is not an option. The Vampire Fleet Captain probably should be your first summon. Undead just need those invos way too desperately to not bring in your healer. But other than that, just staying a little bit tighter as the Vampire Coast probably would have gotten much better value, put the Empire in a much trickier situation. You know, using the woods to stick the deck gunners in and control the edges of objectives probably would have been a much more secure play. But you know, that Bright Wizard could definitely still drop some pretty huge burning heads on top of those missiles to deal with them still. Alright, guys. That's going to be it for the tournament. Really awesome games today. And, yeah. Super excited to be seeing who's coming in to do battle with me, because I'm opening up a lobby now. I'm going to go drop lobby code in the Turin Discord as well. But anybody who wants to can just join in. No password. I just want some matches. I gotta practice corn, you know. I got a event to play in a week, and I'd like to put on a good showing. Alright. Hey, what's up, Christophers? I gotta check chat. I haven't even checked chat in like 20 minutes. Imp is pretty favored in vampires. Probably. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you love my voice. I've gotten a lot of people say I sound like a California surfer from the South, a Kentucky Fried Surfer. I think that's pretty appropriate. Ooh, Dowie. Hell yeah. What map do you want to play, dude? Because I'm up for anything. I'm going to go ask the Oracle. If any of y'all are ever looking for maps and don't want to decide yourself, you can just go in and there's a channel in Turin's Discord called the Oracle. Just type in !Dom and it'll give you a map, so. It just gave us, where is it? Not Graveyard. Oh my god. I've already screwed it up. Gates of Ekrond. Boom. Alright, against Chaos Dwarves. Chaos Dwarves are kind of difficult for Khorne at times. Lots of AP, which can be very hazardous for against Khorne for obvious reasons. Here, I'm gonna swap away for a minute while I pick my army. BRB. I like this. This is looking good. Couple of those. One of these. Another one. Okay, cool. I think I like what I've got here. I think it's going to be very effective on this map, too, so. This one is kind of difficult. Khorne is much better when you don't have to deal with, home objectives. Khorne's best maps are all split pushing maps where you've got like 3 objectives that are all equidistant from the starting points for both sides. That's where Corn shines the most, but you can still do some really good split pushing even on maps like Gates of Ekron, which kind of have lanes and each side has a home objective. And this map does have lots of cover for like hiding away from missile fire. So that's probably going to play a pretty big role in how I take engagements here. I'm actually going to go, let's take a little peek at Vampire Coast versus Empire. Vampire Coast has a winning record against Empire right now. I mean, the thing is that Empire does have bows. Bows are excellent against Vampire Coast just because they outrange and trade into the Vampire Ghost gun lines pretty well. Vampire Coast's biggest falling point and struggle in gunline versus gunline is how slow their missiles fire. I think that without like reload rate reductions, all of their handgunners and stuff fire every 14 seconds. That's a long time to be waiting between volleys. Most units are like 10 to 11 seconds reload time. So, you know, going in and having a slower fire rate than all of the other units that your opponent has can end up with you trading pretty inefficiently in, like, the actual missile duel. You know, Vampire Coast needs stuff that can help clear enemy missiles as well. That's where Scurvy Dogs come in. That's why they're so important for Vampire Coast players to be, like, good at microwing. Because you need them to run interference for your own missiles. You need to be able to get into your opponent's backfield. You need to be able to cap objectives with them. I mean, Scurvy Dogs are the most important unit for Vampire Coast. And in that last match that we saw with Empire and Vampire Coast facing against one another, we saw Scurvy Dogs get some good damage on Huntsman, but they didn't finish. They got killed by cavalry. And when they did get in, they could not completely carry the day. They needed a little bit of shooting support, and the Empire did a great job of clearing out the Vampire Coast gun lines. Alright. We're swapping back. And we're kicking it off here. Alright, who would win, guys? Fucking short dude with a gun, or just the angriest motherfucker in the world with a giant axe? We're gonna be finding out today.
Slaughnir thirsts!
Alright, those guys, they'll go there. Actually, We'll see if the Skull Cannon ends up being good. I swear by these things, guys. This is one of the best units in the game, and everybody shits on it for no reason. They're not good in every matchup, and they're not always super applicable, but they do some shit that no other unit on Khorne's roster can do, and they can completely flip how your opponent plays against you, which I think is more important than the actual damage that they can do, which is still substantial, by the way. They can definitely do some pretty gnarly stuff. Check out some of my, like, replays, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Okay, I think there's some, chicanery going on in the woods. I'm gonna send Valkyrie to go check it out. Get up here with these three guys. So it looks like Christopher's might be looking to just push into the middle. Man, what is going on with the shadows right now? Oh my god. Freaking invisible here. Look at this. Kind of funky looking, but you know, it is what it is. I mean, at least the mountain's casting the shadow well. I love that. This game is so pretty, man. It's starting to show its age for sure.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
I've never thought it looked terrible. Oh my god, there's a Kadai destroyer. What? Holy crap. Okay. So, definitely gonna need to maneuver some units over. Listen, these guys. There's nothing in the trees right now. And, I'm not really too worried about any of these units, honestly.
With haste.
We've got fire glaives coming out back there. That's good. I just need to I need to make sure Valkyrie doesn't get hit by anything in these trees.
Keep it from the foe.
So we got another one of these guys. Just because there is one big beastie on the field, I want to make sure that I've got a little bit of answer to that. Hobgoblin archers. Hobgoblin archers really aren't that scary for Khorne. You've got shields and really good armor that can mitigate a lot of that. I think we'll keep these guys here. I do have stuff to get into the back line now. And here, this is the kind of shots you want to take with the Skull Cannon. Side shots are perfect. They rarely miss if you're lining them up correctly. Move up a little bit. Getting a lot of good damage there with the Skull Cannon. I love to see it. I'm just going to sit here. I mean, my opponent does need to push me. I've got 2 objectives. I just need to keep an eye on that far side, which isn't really getting pushed right now. You can see the work that's getting put in by this thing. Just sitting here on the edge and really not having to worry about anything either right now. Alright, let's get out here. Push up the side. We're gonna go in here. Just move up a little bit. What do I want to bring in? I think I do want to bring in a throwing axe. And we're gonna use our all of these guys here to try and peel into the back line now. Come on, hit your shots. I really need you to. Let's get in there. Squeeze through here. Ooh, what is that? Is that Flames of Asgore or something? Oh, Searing Doom. Searing Doom is really nice against Khorne. Follow that up there. I'm actually gonna
Master,
push
behold.
up there with these guys. And put this guy in locked melee mode. Don't click alt, because it does not work for whatever reason, but you can do some pretty great stuff just by sending that thing into melee.
No!
I don't super want to fight that guy yet.
Khorne's
I'm
blessings.
gonna delete these guys with a really nice cast right there. Yeah, there we go. Let's go throw axes. The Minotaurs, they're doing alright. We'll just pop this here, actually. And we're feasting on the souls of a lot of these units here. What's going on out there? Nothing's happening. I don't really want to fight those guys with them, but not the worst thing in the world. And Let's get out.
Army of the Dark Gods.
Yeah, Exalted Bloodletters are doing alright. It's pretty close right now, actually. Just overwhelming here. Let's go in here. Can y'all hit your shots here? I really need you to. Ooh, it actually hit. Let's go. Yeah, I'm gonna pop this here. I don't want these guys to tear out because I do really need them to help Valkia out. She is getting beat up a little bit. It's a good Searing Doom. Let's get in here. We need to focus fire on this big Kadai. We need to get Valkia out of there. We'll send these guys forward. Alright, let's get these guys out. Run, run, run.
A brutal path.
Actually, they're getting into contact with me. One more shot. Can you actually hit? Oh, Skull Cannon is so good! And now it just goes into melee and it just farms ammo and health. That's how you use these things. They are so annoying.
Done. Finding victims.
Alright, we dodged most of it.
Swiftly!
Valkia's about to have a Sloupnir up, and she's gonna drop it. Where's she gonna drop it? You really do kind of want to wait until units are like blobbed up before you drop it. All my Minotaurs have been dealt with, which is really well played by my opponent. We've got some Marauders over here that can get into combat, but these halberds, there's not really a lot of shooting to handle them right now, so they're gonna start doing some pretty good work. We've got Bloodletters, they'll come out here, they'll do pretty well. Let's get this guy out of here. Doesn't super want to be fighting there.
My bloodlust!
Getting Reforges is really nice. Come on, Valkia, get that guy. Get him. Let's get there. Let's go there. And we're going to scoot forward. Get back up here. Let's just start summoning out some more. Start summoning out some hounds to put in some.
Chaos warriors of Thor.
Just kind of get away from most of that.
Shield Maiden!
Lusting for slaughter. Make claim.
The Kadai Fireborn are doing some really nice damage here.
We flee.
Valkia is getting that, so she doesn't get obliterated. Super have any amazing targets to pop this on right now.
Glorious brutality.
We need to use the Skull Cannon a little more aggressively now. Let's see if I can kill these guys. Where's these Minotaurs are too low to do anything. And we can overwhelm the Bull Centaurs here with this. They're not going to win that fight. Bull Centaurs, they do trade decently into Flesh Hounds, but if you get a 2v1 and you get your ability off on them, then they really suck. They cannot do it alone.
Valkia the Bloody!
Alright, Valkia needs to run. We need to pull back here, and we'll send in the Skull Cannon to trap a little bit there. And yeah, the Halberds are starting to trade pretty decently, so that's nice. Bloodletters will probably kill the Demonsmith Sorcerer here. We'll send these guys in, and we'll just get right into the face of these Halberds. Or not the Halberds, the Blunderbusses. My Horsemen are actually going to win this. They're very good in melee combat. That's a good... Ow, that hurts. Well, that's okay, though. Yeah, the Skull Cannon is starting to take a beating. I do want to get it out, but it doesn't really have that much it can do at this point. Most of the things that it's really good at have already been done. Getting side shots, bothering your opponent, basically, is what it's best at. So we're going to just rally up here. Start trying to get some stuff done elsewhere. Boom. Let's go. And summon these guys. And yeah, I'll bring out more Exalted Bloodletters. They did okay that first time around. They didn't pay for themselves, unfortunately, but you know. Can't complain too much about it.
Done.
It's a good charge onto the Furies,
It serves chaos.
dealing quite a bit of damage to them. And let's get out of here. Try and get a little bit of extra value with these Flesh Hounds before they all dissipate. They did a pretty good job of trading, and I think I can shoot the Kadai Fire. I think it's big enough to actually hit with the
One of your
Skull Cannon.
units has been destroyed.
It missed. I whiffed horribly. Oh my god.
Searching for battle. Our blood.
My opponent just never pushed me over there, which is nice. And yeah, out of
You
ammo,
have
so we'll just
killed an
hold it in
enemy
reserve.
lord.
And we'll get it out on the field in a bit when we get a chance to. I did bring a Blood Shrine. Blood Shrines, they're big and, you know, they can feed value to your opponent if you're not careful with them, but they're very disruptive pieces. They don't have the same utility that Skull Cannons do, but oftentimes they can trade better.
No fear, no regret.
I'm just gonna hold here. I have no reason to go all the way over there. These guys have a little bit of ammo left, and they've got, you know, a decent amount of health. More Bull Centaur renders. I'd like to bring a cultist in. Because what the cultist can do is just run in and force the Blazing Beards of Basharik's charges out.
Axe for this, marauders.
Yeah. Christopher's has to build up and push me. I can just do the same here.
Father.
And these are Chaos Warriors out here. This is a very difficult unit to just take off of an objective. They've got the silver shields against shooting. They're very good melee stats, preclude units like Bull Centaur Renders and Hobgoblin Wolf Riders from going in on them. Like, these guys will win if they get the right cycle charges and, like, opportunities, but these guys do hit back. They're not defenseless. They're probably a better defensive infantry piece than halberds are. Corn halberds, I think, are actually better at pushing than the shielded warriors are. If you want to use something to hold an objective, Chaos Warriors of Corn usually can do it pretty well by themselves. Caveats for matchups and situational units, obviously, but as a general rule, that's what I think. Minotaur would be nice. I probably don't need a Minotaur, though, because Furies and Flesh Hounds can overwhelm Bull Centaur Renders pretty effectively. So, I'm just not going to let them get this for free. I've got a really nice buff here. I'm going to send Valkia over. Now I've got the, I've got a leadership buff here. Got these guys. Probably should get something, like Minotaurs over here, to deal with the train.
Battle hungry.
Just kind of scoot over a little bit. Getting a little bit of damage there, that's really nice. Ah, tricky.
Give me glory.
That's a decent little play, but I don't think he's even going to be able to take that objective in time. We're going to use the Flesh Hounds. They've got good enough mass to trap the Iron Demon up a little bit.
We flee. The North abides.
Alright, and the Halberds, they're going to sit here too. And we'll take Halberds and these two. And we're going to get in on the Kadai. This guy needs to take the, needs to go in and fight after everyone else, since it's pretty low.
Slaves to darkness.
What's going on with Valky over here? Okay, we routed those guys, that's good. I'm just gonna get in here, we're gonna pop this so Valky doesn't take as much damage. We're gonna pop this, and we'll rip apart those guys. And what else can I bring out? I'm gonna save up for the Minotaurs. I got the dub anyways,
I
but
knew it.
you know,
Unending glory is
even
yours.
at the end of games, it's a good idea to just keep thinking, what am I doing next? Because it gets you in this mindset that the battle is never over. And, you know, you're always looking for opportunities. It's just a good habit to have. Hounds did great. Minotaurs did their job, nothing crazy. Good value on bloodletters, and the halberds did nicely. They had a lot of health in the tank at the end. These guys did good, good, good. Everything did good. We love to see it. That Godive Destroyer actually did a lot of work. Holy crap. Maybe it's not as bad as I was talking. So Christopher's maybe made me eat my words just a little bit there. Oh man, the Bull Centaur renders are good. You kind of have to bring them in this matchup because Minotaurs are pretty tough. I'm gonna give other people an opportunity to get in here. Alright, and we'll play one game against Apostate. And I'll stick a little password on there just for the moment. Apostate and I have played a lot of games against one another, and we played really close matches too, so I'm very excited to play him for the first time in quite a while. Alright, one more game, and then 1-2 of the other replays that people sent me for the new player tournament, and then I'm ending the stream. I really appreciate everybody jumping in here and jamming with us. Answering an IRL question from someone on Discord now. Yeah, let's go. Alright. I'm gonna need to flip y'all away. Get out of here. I banish you to the faction statistics. Oh, and I will go consult the Oracle. Bordello Landing. Beautiful. Who's Apostate playing? Just letting Apostate know he should just play whoever. Today is definitely me just getting back into the swing of playing the game. Need to take practicing a little more seriously for the event. And I want, you know, obviously I'm going to be playing Khorne for the event. I would like my opponent to be playing whoever they want. Just because all the matchups in this game are just fun and amazing. Alright, he's playing Nurgle. Hell yes, dude. I'm gonna bring this bad boy then. No, I don't need that. We'll do this. This is certainly a build. I don't know if it's a good build or not, but it's certainly something. I probably need to be a little bit more self-serious about what I'm bringing here. Got plenty of these guys. I think they're too vulnerable. I think this is going to work a little bit better. Ooh, yeah. Alright. Khorne vs. Nurgle is, you know, Khorne has a very favorable win rate against Nurgle, but that comes with a lot of caveats. It's tricky. Like, Nurgle definitely has a lot of tools to, like, switch in and out that can really trip you up as a Khorne player. Alright. Apostate's finishing up. Alright. Before I forget. Kapow. There we go. Okay. Sight, sound, vision. All of it has been returned to you. No longer deaf, dumb, and blind in the wilderness. Hell yeah. Okay.
Valkia the Bloody!
Ooh, very elite Nurgle build. That's kind of intimidating. But I never leave home without tools, and I don't play a very typical Khorne style. You know. So maybe we'll be alright.
Ex-Father's Marauders! Marauders of Khorne!
Yeah, we'll take this very aggressively.
For Valkia!
Chaos Warriors of Khorne!
Ex-Father's Marauders!
Slaves to darkness!
It's gonna be tough for Valkia. There's just a lot of stuff that can catch her on the ground, and she does not like that. She gets fucking wrecked by, stuff that can catch her on the ground. I mean, she just gets obliterated by it. So I'm gonna have to be very careful of that.
Axe-Father's Marauders!
Me actually wish my opponent good luck, have fun. Good boogers have flu. Hell yes. So true.
Valkia the Bloody!
Curious if he's got the Nocturne. Yeah, there it is. Good old Nocturne.
Shield Maiden!
And Exalted. Yeah, Festering Stooges, Marauders, Plague Bearers. I need to take this off fire at will. We're gonna roll over here and we're gonna actually just get so aggressive with this thing, it's gonna be stupid. We're not gonna play seriously.
We have a victory point.
Right, let's get out of here
Keep it
before
from the
it
foe.
destroys all my ammo. You know, I don't need to sit here and just let it shoot me.
Yes!
The Horsemen will be really nice later. They're really not going to do a whole lot until I get a better position to fight Kugath. Keep moving up. We stop moving. Hello.
For Valkia!
Stay back here.
Chaos Warriors!
These guys can move up on the edge. Do I bring in... Yeah, I'm going to bring in more spawns. I need tools to potentially deal with, you know, Kugath. Like, his mass is pretty annoying. Huge miss. That's painful.
We have a victory
That's okay,
point.
though.
Keep it from the foe.
And good
Glorious
targeting.
slaughter!
Good targeting. Let's get in the trees here. And we'll move up over here on the flank. I'm going to roll up, danger close, and just absolutely blast this fool in the face. This is another thing that Skull Cannons are really good at. They're very good at shooting at skirmish cav. If they don't completely whiff. See, here's the dichotomy. Here's the duality of Skull Cannons. Just whiffing shots over and over and over again. And making me question my life decisions. It's actually hitting a shot there. That's nice. Come on, hit again. Let's get away. I don't super want to get shot in the face by
Seeking
Kugath.
the fight!
Kugath is very annoying.
Axe-Father's Marauders!
I can shoot Kugath here. He's a very big target. We're gonna bring in the angriest motherfucking dog of all time.
Now is our time! To slaughter!
We need to pop this immediately, because Kugath is very dangerous against Valkia. Usually not a very good idea to go in hard trying to fisticuffs there. The Festering Stooges, they're doing some decent damage to me.
With fury and hatred!
Let's get out of here.
Slaupnir thirsts!
And let's get a breakthrough here. Got a lot of stuff tied up on those guys. Really like it to be a lot more free. We're gonna roll the Skull Cannon.
Brothers in bloodletting!
No!
Valkia is gonna go after the Noctbringer now. We've got Kugath in the bone zone right now.
Marauders of Khorne! For Valkia!
Let's kill the Barons of the Bog. Do our absolute best to, at least.
Master!
Valkia should be able to beat the Noctbringer pretty comfortably.
Marauders of Khorne!
We're gonna maneuver out onto the flank. Skull Cannons, like I said, amazing at side-shotting formations. So we're gonna actually make that happen right now. Because we've got the Barons of the Bog in an absolutely ugly position. Come on, you better hit the nastiest shot of all time here. There we go. That's it, baby. That's it. Karanak's gonna go fight these Plague Toads here. I don't want to get completely surrounded. And, bring these guys in.
Khorne's greatest warriors! In Torment's name!
Alright, let's just get some nasty buffs there and see what we can do. We're up huge in terms of value, but that means nothing against Nurgle. Never, ever, ever assume you're up. Always assume you're just literally losing horribly. And, you know, you'll be in a much more realistic position. Alright, form up a little better there. We've caught those guys. Bring in a unit of Furies, and we'll help karate chop these guys. I completely forgot about my, oh my god, I completely forgot about those guys. That's okay, that's okay. They're actually coming in at the perfect time.
It is done!
I can't believe I just forgot about the Heralds of Khorne's Fury. I'm like, oh yeah, where are all my units? Oh, they're literally just doing nothing in the corner over there. Yeah, Valkia, she didn't give a shit, dude. She's just going all out to kill that freaking thing. I don't really need to use this, actually. I've got a pretty good position here. See, the Heralds of Khorne's Fury are a great unit. They flatten infantry, and they're also pretty good against large targets, believe it or not. It seems like that is impossible, but they're excellent at killing Plague Toads. Plague Toads hate this one simple trick. Alright, we cleared those guys, and dude, this is why Spawn are good. They are actually dog shit, but they're actually so good, if that makes any sense. Let's go kill this guy.
Shows the way.
We'll just use the skull cannon for a bit to kill the marauders here. Those guys are dead. There's no way they get out of there, but that's okay.
Hordes of chaos!
Festering Stooges are going to be annoying, as is the big boy Kugath. But
Incidental.
we've killed the Noxbringer. Noxbringer down. Karanak and Valkia and the other stuff are just running rampant. We're going to run over these Pesticores, actually. I don't really want to... It's not really worth it to sit and just get killed by... Oh, man, I missed that.
Fresh souls required.
It's not a good idea to sit and just fight Kugath. He's got that freaking... whatchamacallit...
One of your units
the
has been destroyed.
pestilent aura around him. And he just heals
Swiftly.
and annoys the absolute living hell out of you.
Skulls and slaughter.
It's decent. Let's get the skull cannon out of here. Let's shoot these guys. Kill the Furies, please.
One of your units has been destroyed.
Oh my god, completely ran over that stuff. Let's see if we can finish off the Festering Stooges. Valkia actually needs to stay here and just fight for a minute. Alright, we're starting to lose a little bit of value here. Dang, these Furies, dude, they're so annoying. They just fight forever, they don't care about anything.
Valkia the Bloody! To the slaughter!
Yeah, Apostate's doing a really good job of staying in here. Really not giving me an inch.
Give me glory!
We go in fury!
If we can kill these Furies, we should be able to get back in a good position. Okay, let's get out of here. Go, 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 go. Get the Pesticores here. Are we winning here? We need to make sure we do. Those Furies, dude.
Chaos warriors of Khorne!
Just keep fighting, I guess. Screw it.
The Gore Queen!
We're probably gonna go for this back objective, actually.
Take us up
Marauder
skulls.
Horsemen. They can go up here. They can cap that point.
certain death!
And let's get these guys out. They're not gonna kill Kugath. Ain't no way, no how. It's just not ever gonna happen. And bring out some of these guys. We're gonna go after those guys. Come on, kill all this garbo. How are the heralds doing? That's Hounds of the Blood Hunt. Yeah, they pay for themselves. That's good.
Shield Maiden!
Got a couple of guys shooting me, which is very annoying. Let's cap this objective. It's gonna put my opponent in a much worse position than they've got me right now. And Hounds of the Blood Hunt will eventually win this fight, provided their leadership doesn't break somehow. Get out of there. Yeah, buddy. Let's go.
Search for corn!
Just don't want Kugath to just get free value here.
Going!
Let's get over here and help out. We'll charge there, actually.
For Valkyria!
Valkyria the Bloody!
I'm literally gonna do that. Because that is gonna make me win this fight so hard. And I am not under any obligation to play fair against Nurgle.
Set by chaos!
Okay, get on the point and cap it. I mean, this is huge. Like, look how much stuff he's sending over here. I mean, that's so painful to watch. Like, he has no way of countering this, and I get this point for free, basically, and then I'm just gonna leave.
You have the foe's victory point.
Everything is on, almost on. Do I need to do anything here? Not really. I don't think I need to even attempt to value trade here. I think I'm gonna run away, actually. I'm gonna go Helm's Deep, because I'm pretty sure I'm within triple cap range.
Woeful tidings. The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
I know what I'm bringing back in.
Take it back.
Bringing back in the heralds. So I need 200 points, and he needs a little bit over 500. I think I'm not out of triple cap range. Maybe I'm being silly.
Blood for the Blood God!
We're going for the back objective again.
Taking
I don't think I
action.
need it. I actually do think I'm within range of just winning immediately. But staying like patient and aggressive, not a bad idea. And the heralds will flatten whatever he sends over here. He's playing really well. I mean, he's not out of range at all. Alright, they're so bunched up. This is the chance to get a great shot on these guys. And just point blank completely missed. That's painful.
Rage guides me! Yes! To the fight!
Let's get back over there. Okay, good Skull King. Let's go there. Let's get over here. Sit on this objective. Be mean. And withholding.
That's for this, marauders.
I knew it.
Wow. Holy shit.
Unending glory is yours.
That was a really close one. Holy hell. Really well played, dude. That was a great game. Alright. I'm gonna do one replay from the new player tournament. And then that'll be it. So, we'll have to make it count. That's from the other day. Corvus Glaive and Forex. That's also from the other day. Oh, can't show that yet. Saw that. I am... Let's watch Fabrosi versus Desperado. We did see this matchup in the finals of Vampire Coast versus Empire. I'm really curious to see how Desperado plays it against Fabrosi, because Fabrosi has a similar build, a little bit different than what our finalist ended up bringing. No Aranessa, and there's a Caster Lord hybrid, but remarkably similar for the Empire, minus the Huntsman Corps, and instead bringing the Free Company Militia. All right. You know, after this replay, I'll check chat out and answer any questions y'all have. So, Hockland Long Rifles in the trees. We got the Sunmaker. We got Spearmen. Tons of Free Company Militia. There's 4 of them in total. There's 2 out here, and there's an Outrider moving up through the trees also. I do like Outriders. They're just good. I mean, they're freaking heavy-hitting AP missile, man. You know? They're not the most accurate thing in the world, but they definitely can do some serious work.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Fleet Admiral slowly moving forward, just chilling. We've got the Scurvy Dogs, we've got Deckhand Mobs, we've got the Carronade moving up. We'll see what the Carronade can do. Really doesn't have any targets right now, so... not 100% sold on it. Really good fire from the Outriders, killing some of the Scurvy Dogs, and making the right call, you know, I mean... Deckhand Mobs are a huge HP pool, but as I mentioned earlier today, Scurvy Dogs do so much for the Vampire Coast that killing them, even if it's not the best, like, trade, quote-unquote, is gonna give you more battlefield control, which can end up being way more important. Shade Wraith Gunners opening up on the Outriders, pushing them back pretty nicely and doing some pretty good damage. Not too bad. They've killed 7 models, so that's extra like damage these guys can't do. What did they just get? Oh, they got hit by another volley from Deck Gunners. Where's the Carronade and what is it doing? Trying desperately to get in range of the Sunmaker. The Sunmaker has already used like half its ammo just about. Not trading super effectively, but like just in terms of the number of kills it can get, super worth. Good counterfire onto the Scurvy Dogs, not letting them in for free. I feel like though if you got both of those Scurvy Dogs and went in with both of them on this flank, the Empire doesn't have anything to support that. They do have a bunch of shit over here. They're just gonna push these Scurvy Dogs right off the cavalry. As you can see, Knights of the Blazing Sun coming back out and absolutely icing the Scurvy Dogs, man. Completely obliterating that unit. Look at the Sunmaker in the artillery duel. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Down to less than half health on the, on the poor Carronade, man. Oh no. Fabrosi regretting decisions probably to bring that in. Oh my god, but look at the damage that those Morngul's did on the charge. Wow, insta-routing the Free Company militia. What the fuck? I have never seen them impact into a unit that hard before. Shade Wraith Gunners taking some serious hammering from the Sunmaker, but 2 of the pieces are dead. So that's a big loss in terms of efficiency on the Sunmaker here. It does have pretty good value though, 1200. The Salt Lord Scuttlers are desperately trying to get back here, but they're basically feeding value on the way through. Look how much damage they took. But they are going to finish off the Sunmaker here. It is probably breaking. There we go, it does break. But the Salt Lord Scuttlers are much more expensive than the amount of damage that they did there. They, I don't know, man. Where do they go? They just need to get out of here, like, through there. And they probably would make it out. They'd still be really low on health, but they could get a heal, probably. Oh, this is a Deathcaster, so there's no heals anyways. Well, that's painful. That's unfortunate. Good Spirit Leech target on Marcus Wolfhart there. Doing really, really well. Morngul's are way too deep back here in Desperado with a great charge from the Knights of the Blazing Sun. Perfect target for them to fight, honestly. Morngul's with their 30 armor. Absolutely knocked around by the Knights of the Blazing Sun on the charge, man. And these guys, that's a lot of value to lose. Fabrosi is up, though. Fabrosi fighting very capably. Oh, and Free Company Militia go all the way up into the trees on the Vampire Coast's own side of the field. Scurvy Dogs right out of this Vanguard will ice those guys for sure. Sirene's moving over to counter them. And, yeah, Fabrosi trading nicely, but not holding any advantage on tickets. And the Empire has a very healthy unit total on the field. 16 units out on the field. But Deck Gunners and Shade Wraith Gunners as well are very healthy and very much online. I don't know if you need to go all the way back there for those Outriders. I think you could get up on this hill here. I do think getting up here is the right call. Get up there, and then fire out onto either the Knights of the Blazing Sun if they get any closer, or just shoot these Spearmen. The Spearmen are on your objective, and you can probably force something out of them. These Depth Guard have been completely forgotten about. That's pain. They could be doing so much work. They could be single-handedly holding this whole objective down here. But, you know, give and take. There's always that. Huckle and Long Rifles are getting some good fire onto the Death Admiral here. Oh, Piercing Bolts of Burning. What a great use. Wow, you never see people bring that hardly. But it's good. It does good damage, for sure. Did some pretty good work against the Shade Wraith Gunners there, for sure. Huntsmen are coming out now. There's some Huntsmen on the field. And Marcus Wolfhart probably dying to this Spirit Leech here. So low. He's going to break at the very least if he doesn't outright die. Yeah, -8 leadership. I don't think he's going to rally either. He would need, like, an Encourage effect near him in order for that to happen. Which I don't see happening. Scurvy Dogs run over by Knights of the Blazing Sun, which is awesome. And the Depth Guard with Pole Arms, man, still forgotten about. You can't forget about units like that. And Spearmen just wandering right up onto these guys. Another mistake from Fabrosi. You can't let Shade Wraith Gunners get pulled out of position and then just have stuff wander onto them. Empire Cavalry are very good at doing it, but letting State Troopers do it is pretty inexcusable. This unit is way too important to let that happen to. That Discourage effect is very needed to break Empire Infantry pockets and positions. Could use the Night Terrors. Instead of going all the way back here with the Night Terrors, because you can see more Knights of the Blazing Sun coming out, and these guys back here, they're going to also rally. And sending more Scurvy Dogs after those guys, not a great call. Just get in there, kill the Spearmen, and then use the Morngul's to push with some Scurvy Dogs, and you can kill those Knights of the Blazing Sun that way. Barely capping up this point, and I don't know if they're going to be able to. The Hochland long rifles are continuing to put pressure on the fleet caster. No heals on that guy. Black Spot doing nicely. 1,200 value on the Black Spot's awesome. Handgunners, more handgunners coming out, trying to do their stuff. Good fireball, taking a little health off this guy. Lots of armor on the Fleet Admiral, so not the most effective cast. But yeah, there we go. That's a good call-in. The Deck Dropper handguns, they have great range. 130, they've got good damage and AP that they can provide. I think these guys are nice to have. I don't think Salt Lord Scuttlers are a good call-in. And yeah, the Morngul's just way too far out there, man. Just can't play that freely with Morngul's. Morngul's have lots of units that counter them, you know. Monstrous infantry in general can't be used to push like that. They are better at coming in and hammering into the front line. That's not the front line, that is the back line. Fighting off those... Look, I mean, just these spearmen have been on this point too long. And they're still here. They should not be here anymore. They should have gotten dealt with much earlier. And the Depth Guard polearms are finally maneuvering out. They're finally going somewhere to do something. But I can't help but feel like it's maybe a little too late to get them in a position where they can make the most difference that they could have earlier. Like, these guys could have been fighting on this middle objective much sooner. And, I mean, they probably would have gotten shot up by the Hochland long rifles and taken a lot of damage, but I think they would have been enough of a pull for opponents' micro and interest that Scurvy Dogs might have been able to get around the back and sides, since a lot of units would need to be answering the polearms. It'd be a little bit harder to answer dives from that point, but it's really hard to say. I mean, there's no guarantees of what your opponent is and isn't going to do. Desperado could just, you know, instead of taking the middle objective, could have just done what Fabrosi ended up doing and taking a much more passive
One of your
line,
units has been destroyed.
defending the home objective and value trading earlier. But Desperado did a very good job of taking this objective very aggressively, very early. And, yeah, these Hochland long rifles, they do get shut down finally. Oh, but the Royal Altdorf Griffites are coming in to finish off these nasty little dogs. Oh, yes. The Hippogriff's feast tonight.
One of your
Absolutely
units has been
farmed them,
destroyed.
just dead in seconds. And the polearms, they do pile in. They'll have a pretty good fight here. They're going to kill the Free Company militia. They definitely don't need to have the... you got to be very careful with where your orders are going. Because this is what ends up happening. Your guys, they have an order to attack another unit that's running away. They run through something, and your guys keep pushing through the front line. They aren't fighting the unit that they're already locked in combat against, and then they straggle out and get completely separated from one another. That can end up costing them fights that they otherwise would win, so you got to be very careful to get your attack orders off correctly. You know, the game is nice to have given more freedom for you to be able to make that call, though. In Warhammer 2, units would just touch a unit and they would immediately start fighting. Now, you can actually give them orders to push through, which is very important for Dom, but you have to be careful with it. Because you end up in situations like that where the Depth Guard, they didn't do any damage to the Free Company militia, really. They couldn't catch the Hochland long rifles. The Demigriffs, they just ran away, and now they're just trapped in no man's land, getting absolutely nailed. And there's no hope for them to value trade now. So, Fabrosi doing a good job of scrapping, not letting this game get completely out of reach, but very much behind the curve now. And the Empire just summoning more and more firepower out, now definitely in a position to just completely overwhelm the undead. More units are on the field. Having said that, though, Fabrosi is making a very good go of this battle. Losing those Depth Guard and forgetting about them for so long when they could have been making more of an impact. Definitely a painful moment. More depth guard pole arms, helping out the guns and the hulks, and doing good damage to the Royal
One of
Outlaw
your units has been destroyed.
Not completely obliterating them, but you can see how many of those models they've dragged down. So. That's why I think the pole arms are maybe a little bit better. Oh my god, is this another piercing bolts of burning? Run, Fabrosi, no, please. Oh, yeah. I mean, it certainly didn't kill the unit, but taking about half health off of a depth guard unit
One of your units.
with one spell,
You have been bested.
that's
There is
nice.
only defeat.
And piercing bolts has a really long cast range, too. It's like 200 meters or something. So, Desperado, man. Wow. Really nice stuff. Love the Empire play here. Very elite reinforcements. Look at this. Like, nothing in the reinforcement pool. And doing a very good job of front-loading the infantry. That's nice. That's really nice stuff. Alright, guys. That is going to be it for today. Thank y'all for tuning in. I appreciate you guys. How often do you go live? This is my first time watching you, probably not the last. Wow. I have been a little inactive the last couple of weeks, just because I had family in town before this last one. So I spent all week with them. I didn't upload at all. And then, you know, this most recent one, I've been painting a lot. Lots of Imperial Guard painting. And I did Sunday live stream for the tournament. I uploaded a couple videos. Space Marine 2 PvP video, which I say y'all should go watch, because it was one of the sweatiest PvP matches I've ever played in that game. Really fun stuff. But I'll be doing more this week. Uploading today, doing a stream today. I will do a stream on Tuesday. Tune in Tuesday. I'll probably just be playing some games against people in the RTK clan, practicing for the event, and maybe I'll do another stream on Thursday or something where I'm practicing a faction. I try to do like 2 streams a week, usually 3, and then just various uploads over the course of the rest of it. So yeah, that's your answer. Very long-winded answer, but that's your answer. Yeah. Are you JG, are you talking about Glade of the Everqueen? Because it's a great map. If you're talking about Bordello Landing, also a great map. Just go look at all of them. There really is not a single community map that is bad. They all do something interesting. Whether that's like tournament appropriate or not is, you know, is another question. But yeah. Alright. That's going to be it, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Y'all take care. And I'll see y'all on Tuesday for sure. Peace.